Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney, Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is November 1st, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker to join us shortly. Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Sobroff, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Kalanche, Mr. Inspector General, and Mr. Tefang. So as I do each week, I'll start my remarks with a COVID-19 update. Over the course of this last week, we've had 15 new confirmed COVID-19 positive test results. Of those 15, all of them were individuals that had been previously vaccinated. The number from the previous week was 16, so we have essentially a consistent flat line of a low level of these new infections. 65 of our personnel are at home recovering from this pandemic, this virus. That's an increase of 2 from the week prior. I'm happy to report there's been no hospitalizations related to COVID, and we have and remain at 15 long-haul COVID-19 recoveries. In regards to events that occurred this last week, I want to comment on just a few of them. First, on Thursday was our Civilian Appreciation Day, an opportunity for the department to recognize the outstanding service and dedication of our professional civilian workforce. I want to thank the Los Angeles Police Foundation, as well as a number of senior staff members who, reached in their pocket and was able to find some funding to provide for some light refreshments and a meal, but more importantly, an expression of gratitude and support for these professionals that have worked through this pandemic and continue in challenging times to deliver great services and to protect and serve in whatever role they have as a civilian professional. I want to thank the commissioners for attending on Friday, the 28th, the dedication of the Deputy Chief Margaret Peggy York naming of the Northeast Station. That location, which was a location she worked as one of the first teams of women detectives on homicide investigations. It was inspired the Cagney and Lacey television series in the late 70s, early 80s. But Peggy York was so much more than that. While that would have been quite a feat in and of itself, she went through and continued to develop and mature and take on added responsibilities, and retired as the first woman deputy chief within the Los Angeles Police Department. She went on to serve as the LA County police chief for some 7 years after that, the 4th largest police agency in LA County. Her family was there, as well as a number of her partners and those that have both supported and been inspired by her. So again, thank you for attendance there. Later that day, I was at the invitation of Rabbi Cooper from the Simon Wiesenthal Center. I attended a press conference denouncing the recent acts of extremist groups and anti-Semitic activities, whether it be banner hanging along the 405 freeway or the distribution of leaflets that were occurring in the neighborhoods in Brentwood and Century City. It was an opportunity not just for the Federation as well as the not just for the Simon Wiesenthal Center, but also the Federation, ADL, and faith leaders from outside of the Jewish faith to come together and for us all to work towards denouncing these extremist acts and also promise and commit with the FBI that was also present with me to pursue any criminal investigation possible when these what oftentimes are referred to as First Amendment protected activities exceed those boundaries. These are many times instances of hate speech and discussions, but there are also opportunities that we are looking for. Should they cross the line, we know that these situations can often devolve into actual hate crimes. And our commitment is to protect our Jewish community as we protect every community in Los Angeles against acts of ignorance and hate and bias. Next item I want to report on is the aftermath of the Hollywood Boulevard Halloween scene that occurred last night, where hundreds of additional officers, motor officers, foot beats, our mounted patrol worked tirelessly until about 4 o'clock this morning to provide for the safety of what we believe is close to 75,000 individuals that came together and were largely peaceful, celebratory. Many in masks and costumes and various attire celebrating the Halloween holiday. However, there were 2 instances, one involving an assault at about 10 p.m. at Hollywood and Whitley, where 2 individuals were stabbed. It appears at this point, with a suspect outstanding, that this was a dispute involving a male who attacked a woman, and her that woman's partner came to her defense, as did another man. I'm grateful to report that the stabbing victims will survive. They were transported and are being treated at a nearby hospital, but that suspect is outstanding. And of course, we will continue to work with the investigations detectives that rolled there last night to gather camera footage and other information that will be available for us to identify the person responsible. Later in the morning, about 1 a.m., there was an altercation that footbeat officers came upon involving 2 individuals. We believe this is domestic violence, where the male suspect attacked the woman while in a car. He was arrested and is going to be prosecuted for that. Fortunately, the level of her injuries were minor. There was also a reported shooting that occurred in the Hollywood Hills, and this is unrelated to the festivities along the Hollywood Boulevard. The location up on Viewmont was at an Airbnb style location or house. It's not a location that we have previously had problems or reported problems that, as you know, we've talked about previously, party houses that have been an annoyance with us, and it certainly has disrupted the peace of a number of those neighborhoods. But at this location outside, some type of an altercation ensued with a woman that was later shot in the back. She was transported. She will survive that injury. And responding officers were able to stop a vehicle and arrest an individual we believe responsible, as well as recover a handgun. Again, we're attempting to work with the number of partygoers that were there and gain their cooperation to understand what was the motivation and what caused this the shooting to occur. Overall, again, though, while these are these instances, I'd like to this morning be reporting 0 instances of any turmoil or violence along this area. I am grateful that the business owners and operators of these restaurants and bars largely acted in a very responsible fashion, and the crowd and the temperament of the crowd was, again, festive, peaceful, and one that I think many people enjoyed Halloween on Hollywood Boulevard. Next area I'd like to talk to is that in this last week that we've had no additional categorical use of force or officer-involved shootings. That means that we have today a total of 30 officer-involved shootings year to date. Last year, that number was 32, and our 4-year average is just under 26. We've had a total of 14 fatal officer-involved shootings this year. That number last year was 13, and our 4-year average is just over 10. On our crime picture, I will report that we've seen a continued reduction in our homicides and shooting victims. We now have a total of 328 homicides year to date versus 331 last year. That's just nearly a 1% reduction. We have a 3.6% increase in total violent crime Now, property crime stands at a 10.2% increase for overall Part 1 crime rate of an 8.5% increase. On our victim shot, we have 50 fewer shooting victims this year versus last year. And so that's a 4% reduction. However, we still are looking at striving to achieve pre-pandemic levels, which were much lower. As an example, with 1,156 victims that have been shot year to date in 2019, that's a 42% increase. Now, one of the strategies that we've talked about during the summer and into the fall to address our violent crime and overall crime was a dedication of added overtime hours to bolster the uniform presence as well as follow-up investigations involving crimes of violence as well as overall Part 1 crime, and also to increase our level of community engagement. With hundreds of fewer officers, this effort to augment our staffing, I believe is showing results. I want to report this morning that over the first 4 months of the Violent Crime Task Force, we've cut the rate of increase of violent crime, property crime, and total Part 1 crime. Specifically, and we look at July 2nd, the department stood at an 8.2% increase in violent crime, a 13.6% increase in property crime, and an overall Part 1 crime rate of 12.3%. As of the 29th, our violent crime rate of increase has been cut by 56%. We now stand at a 3.6% increase. Our property crime rate has been cut by 25% with a 10.2% overall increase and a 31% cut in the rate of increase for Part 1 crime. So while we're still showing in the red in these categories, these last 4 months, I do believe, have proven the added impact of what officers, uniform presence, as well as investigations and follow-ups can achieve. During that period of time, our officers with these added shifts were able to make 444 felony arrests, recover 142 firearms, had hundreds of additional foot beats, and conducted 273 additional follow-up investigations. These are all activities, thousands of additional shifts that would not have occurred but for the use of these added overtime. And while there is a limit to how much these resources can achieve, I do believe it's an important strategy as we deal with the reduced workforce and these pressures in regards to the rate of crime here in Los Angeles. Lastly, in regards to crime, yesterday I announced a gun trafficking tip program partnership as an effort to further reduce gun violence here in Los Angeles. As a reminder, we've talked frequently about the instances of ghost guns and that these are non-serialized, privately manufactured handguns and rifles that are impacting, I believe, the safety of Los Angeles and also the safety of our officers. Over the last 2 years, we've seen an 85% increase in the number of ghost guns that have been recovered, with more than 1,500 ghost guns recovered this year to date. Additionally, not only do we see the higher prevalence of firearms in regards to robberies, and we've talked just now about rate of shooting violence and homicides, but we still have a 45% increase in robberies involving a firearm from just 2019. Yet overall robberies in the city of Los Angeles are down for that same period by more than 3%. So that the ease in which these guns are being acquired is having, I believe, a direct impact on the rate of violence that we see in the city. It's an effort to impact this. We have realigned monies that's set aside to reward tips and leads, working in concert with the support of the Crime Stoppers, the LA Regional Crime Stoppers organization, that anonymous tipsters can call in and either go online or go onto a phone number, and they can report those individuals that we believe are assembling these weapons. Many times these weapons are assembled in small machine shops, sometimes garages and backyards. And while we're making arrests involving these individuals, I believe just as we can impact major narcotic distributions by going to the suppliers, that this is a strategy that we are experimenting with to see if we can identify further the hundreds of individuals that we believe are out there manufacturing these guns, and resultantly those weapons ending up in the hands of individuals that are prohibited possessors that oftentimes have a violent past. And to show the impact of how this actually is touching every aspect of LAPD and LA City is when we look back at ghost guns involved in officer-involved shootings in 2018, there was one incident. This year to date, 9 of those officer-involved shootings have involved individuals with ghost guns. So it's impacting the safety of our officers. It's certainly impacting the safety of Angelenos. And I would just ask for, as we continue to strive to reduce the number of guns and the number of hands, that we identify the sources of these weapons. They're sold, parts of these weapons are sold continually from out-of-state vendors, commercial establishments. You can go online and find these with relative ease. They're being shipped here, and while they can be assembled lawfully if a serial number is attached within 10 days, that's not the practice. In fact, the practice is that people are ordering these and then selling them for hundreds of dollars of profit to individuals who cannot lawfully otherwise own a firearm. Lastly, on our personnel strength, there's been no change in our staffing numbers at 9,222 sworn members, 2,663 of our civilian personnel. We have a total of 411 reserve officers, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions. Thank you.
Chief, I want to go back a moment to the increase in foot beats that you mentioned. What segment of the city did we increase the foot beats?
Primarily along the Hollywood, Melrose areas, the corridors, the Fairfax corridors, the downtown business centers, down along the historic core, and as well as in the Venice area. Those would be the primary areas. However, individual areas, all 21 areas were given added hours that they could shape their own crime strategies by bolstering the staffing. But what they were encouraged to do is, so there you have a blending where there, for instance, in the Topanga area, the North Hollywood area, there was a portion I'm not prepared here to speak to. There was a portion of their time was not just investigations and not simply going out for crime suppression in the sense of identifying people that are involved in crime, but also to engage in productive activities of a foot beat to reassure it with a presence and a meeting and conversations with the community, whether it be a business community or residential community, about safety concerns and how we can work together in a shared responsibility for a safer Los Angeles. This is also during the same time in which the department staffed more than 40 Summer Night Lights programs. And that, I believe we reported on that earlier, but the activities have added dedicated officers at these more than 40 park sites so that people can enjoy the Summer Night Lights, the Friday Night Lights, and enjoy the parks for really the purpose that they're there for, which is to really give our children, our families a sense of identity, a sense of security, but also a sense of community by going out and enjoying games and other activities.
Will we be able to continue these foot beats through the holiday season?
Yes, our commitment is again, I want to thank them under Mayor Garcetti's leadership as well as the support of the council, is that we have had the ability to access these additional overtime hours. Just last week, also was announced that a council member, Kretz in the Melrose area, had committed additional $250,000 of his office discretionary account, which will allow, again, the added patrols, and primarily in that area, it's the foot beats, our mounted unit being in and about the business core there along Fairfax and Melrose and those areas, which we've seen earlier. A small number, but a disturbing number of whether it be smash and grabs or these follow home, follow off bandits that have created a sense of uncertainty and a lack of safety. We want those officers there to help encourage people that they can come enjoy a holiday season and do so in a manner that they'll be safe.
Great, thank you, Chief. Commissioner Kalanche, any questions for Chief Moore? Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Bonner.
Excuse me. Yes, please. Two questions. One, Chief, relative to yesterday's activities around. Were there any? I heard what you reported relative to the Hollywood Halloween celebrations, but one question is whether there were any arrests or uses of force relative to Halloween activities citywide yesterday. That's one question. And then the other, following on the question about the foot beats, is the reductions you mentioned, and these were really just reductions, I think, in the level of increase in some of those areas. And was there correlation between those areas where you mentioned the additional foot beats, the Hollywood Melrose, downtown, and the like, were there a correlation between those areas with the additional foot beats on the one hand and the areas where you saw reductions?
Yes, our areas are reporting. We asked for each of the 21 areas to provide a report in regards to the application of these hours and the resulting impact it's having on their violence as well as overall crime. And all of them stated to the affirmative and provided various measures, if you will, of how that rate of increase or actual reductions. For instance, on the west side and the Wilshire area, which includes the Melrose area, they've actually are in the black in regards to reduction of crime, violent crime specifically. So they attribute these added patrols and the added presence as a contributing factor. Obviously, working also with our communities, the stakeholders, whether it be business operators or others, is also part of a solution here. This is not, LAP will not be the sole provider of safety in the city. It requires all of us working together. But I do think that it was time and appropriate at this juncture in that we talk about the strategy is we do think it's having a dampening effect and it's improving the sense of safety here in Los Angeles. Back to your first question in regards to, I'm not familiar with any categorical use. First of all, there was no categorical use of force or any serious use of force from any activities yesterday. Arrests, there were the arrests of the individual with the domestic violence, as well as the shooting victim from Hollywood, and regards to other Halloween-related violence or activities. There was also a pursuit that was occurred last night. So we have a city, it's a live city, it's things are going on, but I didn't see an increase or anything that was directly related to the celebrations of Halloween. I enjoyed my neighborhood as well as many others across Los Angeles with good imagery of people, communities being out, families being out, enjoying the holiday for the festive opportunity it offers. And in many communities, I think went without any type of disturbance or any type of, certainly no crimes of violence or anything like that. And of course, I monitored overnight. This morning, we all woke up to the violence that we saw in Chicago and Houston. And so we know that that this is not something that's universal. We certainly don't take it for granted. And recognizing the images we saw on Hollywood Boulevard in the sheriff's area as well, that, again, these are instances that we take very seriously, but I want to bring back 75,000 people coming together in the Hollywood area from La Brea to Argyle along that corridor. The streets were shut down shortly after 8 o'clock for traffic because of the heavy pedestrian flows. And the vast majority of the individuals there, I think, had a very positive experience and one that enjoyed a fall night here in Los Angeles along one of our iconic locations.
Great, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Soboroff.
Chief, I have a question. Maybe if you'll give me 1 minute after you present the crime statistics, I'd like to ask you a question.
No, I did present the crime.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. There is this perception of, I don't even want to say what the perception is, but I want to talk about the facts. In 2005, the year 2005, 17 years ago, and last year, total violence, just take those 2 years. Total violent crime, down. Homicide, down. Rape, down. Robbery, down. Aggravated assault, down. Yes, ticked up in the last couple of years. What is this perception that we've been, over the last 15 years, everything's been going the wrong way? It hasn't. It's in every one of those statistics. 17 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, in every category, down. What is this perception that things are worse than ever? Is it because now that's today and now it's ghost guns and now it's all these drugs? The reality, the numbers say a totally different story. Not that it's great.
Well, I would comment this. I think that when we look at timeframes, that we enjoyed a decade from 2010 to 2020 where homicides were less than 300 in a city of 4 million. We saw crime rates and violent crime rates that you'd have to go back per capita to the mid 60s. 2018, 2019, we achieved those numbers as a continuation. And there were some bumps and there were some short-term surges along the way. In the aftermath of 2014 and 16, we saw some increases. And the organization was working with the communities and working with interventionists and working with all of our collective stakeholders. We're able to have, I believe, a meaningful impact and get numbers again down to where I referenced just 3 years ago. But then 2020 and 21 and now 22, without question, violence, particularly in regards to shooting violence, is marked increase. Year to date, 42% increase in the number of victims shot from 2019 and a 47% increase in homicides. And while robberies are down during that same period of time, 3%, we know that 45% of the robbery, there's been an increase of 45% of those robberies involving a firearm. So the sense of safety, and then you see the blatant nature of window smashes and cars being crashed into buildings and people doing grab and runs, and then you have people scared to death when confronted with a gun because of simply wearing a watch or a piece of jewelry, things that hadn't happened in decades. It startles us, and frankly, it's the framework in which you and I may work within, which in the last 20, 30, 40 years, we may recognize that yes, we're far safer today than we were 20 years ago. But that's not the way in which we achieve greatness in the city. This is a great city. It is still a relatively safe city, but it also has challenges, and it needs to address those challenges head on in a fact-based process, and recognize that we have a small element of society that, in my belief, has taken advantage of the emergencies and the disruption of COVID and is testing, if you will, what will be allowed. And certainly we should not allow these type of violence to continue. We need to get back to a city that we had just 3 years ago, recognizing that even then, across America still is far more violent than other parts of the world, and we need and can do better. So this is a department that we do want always to keep in perspective where we have been in the sense of the last 10, 20, 30 years. But I also think that recognizing a workforce that is substantially reduced in its size limits its capabilities and limits its options and strategies that it can use that would otherwise have had just 3 or 4 years ago, strategies that we could amplify. And so it is important that as we talk about this, when people ask, well, why is it, Chief, that, why is it that elected officials and why is it that 3 out of 4 Angelenos want to see more uniformed officers in their neighborhoods? It's because they want to get back to a sense of safety they had just a few short years ago. And even then it wasn't perfect, but there's a definite value that officers, cops count, their work matters. And this Violent Crime Task Force initiative of surging our abilities on a short-term basis, I believe is showing results. And I want to applaud and thank, because these are not statistics that a captain or anyone develops. These are things that the hard work of the men and women of this organization are going out, working with their communities in support of their communities that are developing, that are demonstrating. Lastly, we'll not arrest our way out of this. And this is why I wanted to talk about the added presence in our neighborhoods is also having, I believe, a deterring and a dampening effect on the rate of violence and on an overall crime here in the city. And it's a strategy that we're going to continue to invest in moving into the holiday season and into 2023.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. At this time, there being no further questions for the Chief of Police, we'll move to public comment. Item 2 on the agenda.
Our first speaker is T.
Hello,
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
all of them. Can you put up the agenda, please?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Power and strength to the families impacted by police violence. This commission is a joke. Sobroff, you're not even paying attention. You asked more about statistics and he's like, I already read it. Are you even paying attention? Then you act like you asked some relevant question. and like you're paying attention to the answer. I mean, you're ridiculous. We're the young folks representation on here. We need real civilian oversight because y'all can't be your own checks and balances, right? Y'all commit the crimes against people, your violence against the Black and brown community with zero accountability, right? And there's no checks and balances, because how can y'all be your own checks and balances when you're committing actual crime against the public, right? And secondly, you're all talking about the anti-Semitic people and the banners and all this crap. But what did you do to address it? I mean, you just let those people do what they did, right? With no repercussions, because those folks, those same folks are actually part of white supremacy and anti-Blackness. But you had no problem beating our folks last week at city council meeting. And none of y'all failed to mention it until Briggs brought it up at the end of the commission meeting last week. It mentioned something about the corruption and racism in city council. And then Decker chimes in with some insincere BS, right? Y'all beat our folks you beat our folks. They choked one of my brothers. This pig's hands were around my brother's throat. Meanwhile, you're beating our sisters with batons at city council. Probably because they're in alignment with giving you more money, $250,000 extra for overtime, and city council is in alignment with your corruption and your no accountability for killing Black and brown folks every day out here on these streets. So you back them and you praise them and you mention it softly at the end, but you really aligned with these same people, right? But you did nothing to the anti-Semitic people because they're really in alignment with anti-Blackness and white supremacy. So nothing happened to those folks, but you were comfortable beating our folks at city council doors just a week ago. And that's because city council is also complicit and corrupt. And they are the ones, along with the shitty ass mayor, giving y'all the money to oppress our folks. F y'all. Abolish the police and fund our communities. And by the way, the real Israelites were Black.
Okay, thank you. The next caller is ending 3146.
Hi, did that work?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on recruitment again
Okay, 1 minute.
for 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, Jesus is the King. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus, the Messiah. Look out for the LAPD. Jesus, the Lord. Yep. So what I was calling about today on recruitment and the Nori situation, before I talk about that, I wanted to say that I haven't heard anything about the Black Lives Matter swatting. There were 3 people that swatted Black Lives Matter, and they're apparently they found out about these 3 people. I haven't heard one speck about the arrests. There were no categorical uses of force, so that's, we're still, it's pretty low, I agree. We've been told for, like 40 years, nothing has changed here, but I have called up about net guns. I've given very, very good testimony about some things that would work, and you've got a knife incident today and last meeting. Both of these people, if you had the net guns, both of these people with knives would be alive. And I am so sick of billionaires being supposedly so smart they can't think the way that I think that would have saved both of those men's lives. And then most importantly, the officer that had to pull the trigger wouldn't be dealing with the emotional fallout of taking somebody's life. This is why I keep saying I protect the police officers, not you people. Your people are too stupid to protect the police officers. So it's very upsetting. You people are just very upsetting. Let's look at these elusive walls of alliance, these unseen walls of alliance that I talked about, that the commission itself is. Okay. And you're talking about how we, might need to do an investigation on who posted the Nori video, when actually on this video, okay, you've got people talking about changing district lines, and they're agreeing to this on a recording. That's conspiracy, and they can all be arrested right now immediately. The person that posted the video is covered under whistleblower law. I love that person. And who's looking out for the alliance between the mayor and the chief, who's a deadbeat chief? Remember, Jamil Shaw was killed because of these alliances. These alliances have allowed the Black communities to be destroyed, right? Nori's on a power trip just like Soberoff needs to sober off from his power trip. This is where the billionaires stiff the wage worker, and then the billionaire gets rich by stiffing the workers. You're the problem, Steve. You and the chief and the mayor are the problems. You need to go and get out of here.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Christian.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to read to you from the complaint by Cesar Contreras, because I think it's important for you to know this lawsuit if you haven't read it yet, Board of Police Commissioners. On or around November 2020, Contreras was in the process of serving a search warrant on a business engaged in the sale of marijuana. On the very day that Captain 3 Grimes had debriefed District 7's City Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez about the warrants, Contreras was contacted by the business owner, who stated that he was aware of the plan for search warrants on his business and that District 7 City Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez had told him about it. Contreras immediately reported this obstruction of justice to Monica Rodriguez of her to Captain 3 David Grimes, who refused to do anything about it. What the plaintiff was reporting was illegal misconduct in violation of California Penal Code Section 148, putting officers and the public safety at risk. Contreras had a duty to report this misconduct to Captain 3 Grimes pursuant to LAPD policy. All LAPD officers are trained that the failure to report misconduct is misconduct pursuant to that policy. To protect Rodriguez and in violation of LAPD policy, Grimes refused to take any action on the misconduct reported. And then in the summer, Contreras advised Captain Johnny Smith about Rodriguez's threat and her obstruction of justice concerning the warrants and the fact that he had previously reported this to Grimes. Following Smith's conversation with Grimes confirming the report, the obstruction of justice was reported to the FBI and federal investigation was opened. Grimes advised Contreras his career is now in danger. So if you don't think that this is connected, you demoting and moving Captain Johnny Smith, we understand that it's connected. You have to open your eyes that there's corruption going on. Is this the city you and I aspire to be? Crime is up. Homicide is up 50%. Gang-related crime such as rape is up 800%. Our city has follow home robberies, smash and grabs. As a mother, I feel like my children and youth are put more and more in danger and in jeopardy because of the racist city council, Monica Rodriguez, Chief Moore, and all these dirty, unethical politicians. If our crime in our area increases, we know exactly who to thank. We must hold them accountable. We want our Captain Johnny Smith back, and Monica needs to resign from being the chair of public safety. We protested last week, and we're going to continue to protest until the Board of Police Commissioners roots out this corruption. A concerned longtime community member of CPAB emailed you, the commission, and your response was pathetic. We know the chief of police has authority to impose disciplinary action, but you have oversight. Of course, you can take action. That is your purpose. You have it at the end of every agenda, discipline of public employees.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4952.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is T. Garris, Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. So regarding the 2020 UCLA Luskin evaluation of Community Safety Partnership, a number of points to make. Community Safety Partnership at its core is about assigning more cops to parks and housing complexes in Black and Brown communities and amping up surveillance and infiltration under this guise of community policing, which is the policing of community. It is not a coincidence that this first started in Watts and in Black neighborhoods that had been uprising and pushing back not only on police violence, but on ongoing systemic violence and oppressive systems that withhold resources from communities based on race. And community policing is an attempt to quell and to mask that while consuming and maintaining a hold over community resources. So as stated in a letter from students from UCLA and other institutions, the 2020 evaluation exposes a lot of negatives around CSP, then draws the unsupported conclusion that more funding is needed. The report's crime analysis is also deeply flawed, yet very specific conclusions have been somehow drawn from it, like saying how many crimes per year CSP supposedly prevented, which is unknowable. The evaluation was widely criticized, and when it was repeated again in 2022 in a report that we have yet to hear about from LAPD, a crime analysis with confidence levels was performed, and it was found that the changes in crime they had previously claimed were due to CSP were not statistically significant, meaning that no conclusions could be drawn. The authors then note that this is also reflected in broader research and that many studies have found little evidence that community policing reduces crime. Regarding updates that Moore gives here on CSP, such as on August 16th of this year, Moore, you said, when we look at June violence and crime overall, in stark contrast is our Community Safety Partnership Bureau. At those 10 sites overall, violent crime is down 58% this year versus last. But Moore, when we asked your department for those reports, they couldn't produce them because they don't exist. You had been referring to a drop in crime on CSP sites from this year versus last. You said you were describing reports from this year versus last, but actually you were looking at a report of week-to-week changes in crime from this year only. So when you talked about a 58% drop, and it was actually only a 54% drop on the CSP sites, that was looking just from 1 week to the next, variations from 1 week to the next. And if you actually look 2 weeks prior to that, you could see that there had been just as large an increase in crime reports that week, but that didn't get reported. Instead, you only took a segment of weekly variations that you wanted to out of context and said that it was year to date from 1 year to the next. That ended up fueling a conversation here on how to expand this program based on completely misstated results, which is what we see happening with this 2020 evaluation as well. Police cannot provide safety to communities because they swallow up and block resources that should be going to community while also contributing to violence. We demand a defunding and dismantlement of CSP.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The purpose of the government is to provide public safety. It's not to provide all the social services in the world. Some they do and will and should. But public safety is primary. If you don't have public safety, you don't have a society, you have chaos. And that's pretty much what we have in Los Angeles. As Steve Soboroff asked a question about, look at the numbers. The numbers only tell a part of the story. In the past, when an officer made an arrest, there were consequences. They could violate the parole of a person that violated their parole, and they would go back to serve the rest of their sentence. That is not happening. The perception among criminals is that they can commit crime with impunity. That is why you have greater crime. Much of the crime is not reported because the public also believes that criminals get away with things. And if you look at the fact, and I support the police 100%, there are really two LAPDs, the ones that protect and serve, and then the careerists that move up the ranks all the way to chief because they're concerned about themselves and they engage in all this political correctness and identity politics and nonsense instead of doing the actual job, which the police are doing in the field. Now, the field officers need your support. The patrol officers need your support, the public and the command staff. But if you talk to the patrol officers, they don't feel like they're supported by their own command staff, and that includes the chief. We have a chief here who took a knee in front of Black Lives Matter, which was a disgrace. He should turn in his badge based on that. Now, I've gone easy on the chief for a long time, trying to look for transparency, trying to look for progress. The only progress that's seen right now, and it was a good question, Commissioner Briggs, where are the footbeats? Oh, now the footbeats are there in historic core, and they're on Melrose and Hollywood. You know why? Because an election is coming up. That's why. Those footbeats should be there on a regular basis. There used to be footbeats on Broadway, Chinatown, Little Tokyo, Olvera Street. I could go on and on. They were legendary officers. They commanded respect of criminals and the public. That no longer exists. And whose fault is that? I ask you, whose fault is it? It's not the officers. It's a lack of leadership. That's the problem. It's a lack of political will. We need a change. The fear of crime. How do you quantify the fear of crime? Go out and talk to people. You get out and talk to people, walk down the street, stand at a bus stop. Do you feel safe? Take off the suits, take off the uniform, see what it's like. This city needs a change. It needs Rick Caruso. It needs a new police commission and a new chief. Because unless we have those things, nothing is going to change. And this city is finished. Make the right choice. Rick.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Norma Chavez.
Hello,
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Norma Chavez and I live in City 6. I am very disappointed about the situation with Captain Smith. I am bothered that a council member has gained so much power over police decisions that with the snap of her fingers, she can get a lead officer moved to another district and a captain demoted and sent to another district. This is unacceptable. These decisions affect an entire community. It brings the morale down of the police officers involved. The community deserves to continue working with the officers they feel comfortable working with. We continue to be left without representation, getting to know new people who are not familiar with our community, and as a result, they will not advocate for us. The idea of abolishing the police and defunding it and defunding our community and funding our communities instead, it's a really bad idea. We can see the state of our city, our communities in crisis due to this reimagining Los Angeles concept. It doesn't make anybody feel safe. My community wants more police presence. We want police patrolling in our streets. The stats of crime appear to be going down, but we know that there's much crime going unreported because they know, the citizens know that there's no follow-up because they know that the police will do arrests, but nothing will happen after that. So even the police gets frustrated. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Javier. Javier, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Javier. Next, we have caller ending 1264. Caller ending 1264, you're on. Okay, we'll move on to the next caller, Alyssa Avalos.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying I believe that, having the community policing in the Angel Gardens is one of the best things. For the first time in a long time, my community, like there's good and there's bad cops, there's good and bad community members. Because of them, danger has gone by, it's gone very low. Before we couldn't have any events there. Now we have events there where people from different cities come to these events. For example, the Halloween haunted house. And I feel that if Foothill Division was to do that more, and every time there's an event, you guys would table and get to know the community, that helps out. And it also wants people to become an officer. You guys have a shortage in officers right now. The other thing, I feel that city council members, especially Monica Rodriguez, should step down from being the chair of safety. Why? Because she removed Caesar. There's no complaints against him by the community. Everybody cared about him. And we didn't get to say goodbye to him. And then now she gets rid of our captain. We didn't even get an opportunity to say goodbye. You guys say that you guys are for the community and for the people, but I feel that you guys are all a bunch of hypocrites, and I'm sorry to use that language. But if these two fine officers were doing a great job, why are you going to move them? This is why people don't want to become officers. I've been told already, why should I be an officer when your city council representative doesn't care about police officers only when her family are in danger or her husband's job? That's the only time she needs them. No, we need officers because at the end of the day, when our families are in danger, who do we call? We call 911. Why? Because we know that they have training, which I feel that they need more training. They need more support. I'm sorry, but you guys need to bring back my captain. When I ran against city council against Monica Rodriguez, he's the only one that stuck up for me. When I had two officers that were disrespectful to me, he talked to them. Before, that would never happen. This is the fourth or third captain she gets rid of since she's been in office. Now, why can't our city attorney, I'm sorry, but do your job a little more, please. You guys as commissioners make so many decisions, but I never see you guys out here in the community. If it was
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Agenda items, chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm surprised I got selected because when I raised my hand, about 10 minutes later, it went back to raise hand. So there was a glitch somewhere. Anyway, on agenda items, I support agenda items 3A, B, C, D. Agenda item 4A, I wish them good luck. I always appreciate Chief's report. Public comment, I have to agree with some of the other speakers. Getting rid of Captain Smith was wrong. Demoting him was wrong. He needs to come back. He's very loved throughout Foothill Division. And he was great when he was also at Mission Division. He's very respectful. He likes what he does. He loves the community. He supports all of his officers. Somebody needs to get rid of the council member that did this and bring Captain Smith back to Foothill as Captain 3. I appreciate everything you guys do. Please do a little more. Thank you so much for everything. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Dora the Explorer.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Oh, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, regarding Chief Moore's comments, did I hear him correctly? All new cases of COVID are the vaccinated. Many of those were coerced without full consent of adverse effects to take the jab. Is that correct? Please stop this madness. Recruiting new officers will be problematic and if not totally impossible until the clot shot requirements is dropped. It will not matter how many incentives are offered. They will not come. Please be mindful of this, especially not in this heavily politicized and weaponized atmosphere. The hateful vitriol against our police, in particular, weak-kneed Garcetti and Monica Rodriguez of CD7. While this board has limited power regarding personnel issues, I ask that you launch an investigation of undue influence of Monica Rodriguez's notion that she is the second chief in command, demanding special services at the snap of her fingers. LAPD is our police force, not her personal force. She has misused and abused this power multiple times, and it needs to stop. Her words have resulted in danger for her communities and the police themselves. Monica Rodriguez is the public safety chair on city council. What a joke. What a joke. She has uttered racist remarks against Latinos, whites, and blacks. This is being covered up. Cronyism and corruption is her MO, and the FBI is investigating. All of her actions and bills she is involved in should be viewed as highly suspect from this point on. She needs to go. With much work, Foothill Station was successful in decreasing crime, and we had confidence in the command staff. Punishing whistleblowers who attempted to point out wrongdoing within the LAPD was stripped of rank and transferred out. This is corruption. It's racist. It's illegal. And I believe Monica Rodriguez is at the head of the beast that needs to be stripped of her chair and crown. I'd like to end by thanking any police officers, the boots on the ground that are doing the work with a weak administration and city council, mayor, et cetera, who caused a lot of this to be brought upon our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Lenny Freeman.
Thank you very much. I wish to speak on only one public comment. 1 minute, please.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. My name is Lenny Freeman. I'm on the Sunland Tahunga Neighborhood Council. I'm the Region 1 representative. During the 4th of July, I was speaking with Captain Smith about the success that they had had in confiscating large amounts of fireworks. This idea is kind of out of season. It was very good news that I got from him. And my idea is this, Chief Moore, I hope you listen, because obviously fireworks are a very public danger. And my idea is to take all the confiscated fireworks at the site, put them in a dumpster, and have the fire department fill it full of water. That will remove the public threat immediately. You'll have a soggy mess to deal with, but that will remove the threat. And I also concur, we need to bring back Captain Smith and deal with Monica Rodriguez. Sir, I hope you pass this on to the commander of the bomb squad, because this will work. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Josie.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, I want to start by saying that I support LAPD. Also, the point that everybody's making, I'm going to repeat that myself. Cesar Contreras needs to come to CD7, as well as Captain Smith. Captain Smith had made a big impact on our communities. And I say communities because it's more than one. He's been more accessible than other captains in the past. He's been able to help individual people with individual problems. So I want to ask if you reconsider whoever is in charge. I understand Chief Moore, and if there is a board that you can get together, and highly recommend to bring Captain Smith back. Also, if you're going to have Monica Rodriguez dictate to LAPD what to do, might as well you can join the council and be part of the city council instead of LAPD. Or we can get rid of Monica Rodriguez and get somebody from LAPD to do a city job. Maybe that'll be a better job for you all. Thank you very much. Oh, also, sorry, I want to say that a lot of people don't say anything, afraid there'll be retaliation against them. LAPD, now nobody wants to be a part of LAPD because you're not allowing them by allowing Monica Rodriguez to make that decision onto every police officer situation. It's horrible. You need to stand up and take care of your people. LAPD needs to be in charge of LAPD. Monica Rodriguez has no business being in charge of LAPD. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And please let the record reflect that Commissioner Decker is now logged on. Our next caller is caller ending 1264.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes. On October 27th, we had our street closed off, loud music played till 2 in the morning, and this is in CD7. And the police officers went out there and left the scene and allowed them to continue to play till 2 in the morning. And then I had to call and get a supervisor over there to close the thing down. And it is just ridiculous. This is an unpermitted event. It's at the church. And they're questioning whether they should shut it down or not. There's no question about it. Obviously, they're disturbing the peace. It is not a permitted event because you guys issue the permits for those events. It is in a residential area. We need to get to sleep. Kids need to go to school. This affects safety because people cannot be getting in an automobile without enough sleep, trying to function. I mean, it's just insane. And this has to do with Monica Rodriguez because she's the one who continuously allows these kind of situations to go on. She feels that she can be as a shot caller of the whole community. That is ridiculous. We cannot run a city like that. This is the way gangs run. And then I had a neighbor that decided he's going to blast his music at 3 in the morning. He has people in the back playing cards. What I think they're doing is gambling. And then they have kids at 1, 2 in the morning running around. What is that? That's child abuse as far as I'm concerned. So we really have some serious problems on our hands, some problems that we need to fix culturally so that we have a safe community, not a community that's going to affect us and put us in danger. Closing off a street, having multiple street vendors all night, they did not leave, and the police would not ask them to leave. They stayed in front of people's houses, stationed in front of people's houses all night that day. It's totally chaos, and it is totally out of control, and we need to do something about it. We really do. Somebody needs to take some leadership. And a lot of it has to do with Foothill Division, which a lot of people are calling Monica Rodriguez Division, because they're scared to do anything, because they feel that they're going to be retaliated against if they do their job. So we really have some serious problems, and it has to do with a lot with our council members and the kind of city that and the way they're running the city. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to go ahead and I'll speak on all of them today.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. So the I don't know, in your discussion today about the 2020 evaluation of community safety partnerships that was done by UCLA Luskin, will you revisit the talk about the funding? I think it's important to talk about how it was funded by Balmer, which funded CSP as well as Weingart. which Steve just left after 20 years, including being the board chair and including facilitating donations to the LAPD, even though he's lied and said that he doesn't do that. We have emails that show him doing that. So, but notably this election season, it's also important to think about Rick Caruso and how he helped fund that CSP study, because he obviously also funds CSP programs. His newest campaign ad, where he's spending $100 million to try to buy the mayor's seat with the support of the LAPPL and various brass within the LAPD. He's using former Deputy Chief Tingarides in his latest ad. Of course, Phil Tingarides' wife, Deputy Chief Amada Tingarides, currently is the Deputy Chief in charge of the Community Safety Partnership Bureau. I know that Commissioner Kalanche recently left her position of Executive Director at Legacy LA, and wish her well in her new endeavors. And just wondering, you know, during the time that the research was happening for the CSP study in 2020 at Ramona Gardens, you know, did Legacy LA having Blake Chow, who's now a deputy chief, as a board member, or Sergeant Monique Valenzuela, who's now part of the Community Safety Partnership. Just wondering, like, did their proximity to the Ramona Gardens CSP via Legacy LA play a role in that research that you'll be talking about today? We know that the 2020 assessment is pseudoscience using a synthetic model to guess if CSP is decreasing crime at CSP sites, even though the assessment was only conducted on 2 of 10 CSP sites, which were selected by LAPD. These results were then generalized to all 10 sites, though the sites all range in terms of demographics, community size, and even whether or not a housing complex exists on site. Further.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Javier.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not sure what the glitch was, but here we are. Yeah, I'd like to find out if there's going to be an explanation for apparently the recent decision to some sort of order, I think, has gone out, whatever, and all of a sudden police officers are being told that they cannot belong to any online groups that aren't officially connected with the department. Down here in the harbor area, all the senior leads are posting that they cannot be a part of any community groups anymore, which presents a number of problems. Number one, heretofore, it's been a great opportunity for back and forth when there's a problem in a certain area, burglaries, speeding, whatever. Somebody will post it on a site, for example, there was one called Saving San Pedro, which was very instrumental in getting the Harbor Division Jail opened, the new one, a few years ago. In fact, probably the biggest support mechanism that helped that happen. And so, and the senior leads monitor these sites when they hear word about a problem, and then they respond and they say, we'll check it out, or we've been looking at that, whatever. It's been a good back and forth communication vehicle. And now, these officers are posting that because of some new rule, some new order, they're not allowed to be members of any sites in public media or online. And I think that goes against the concept of community policing and the communication back and forth. When there are burglaries taking place somewhere, or when somebody sees a suspect that they're looking for, they'll post on them and say, hey, contact me. We know where that burglar, whatever it is. And now for some reason that's been taken away. And perhaps if not at this meeting, at a future meeting, we can get an explanation of why that is happening. Community policing is about communications. And if the officers can't be a part of Saving San Pedro or some other group, concerned Wilmington residents, etc., then that just goes against the whole concept of community policing. Communications is the number one vehicle that we all have to help each other, make the department more effective and that community much safer. And so I hope that can be addressed. I know you don't address things from callers at the time, but I think that's a very important one because it's a mystery to all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. President, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. At this time, we're going to go to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda item matters. Do any of the commissioners have any questions concerning any of the items? Seeing none, I move that we.
Excuse me, Mr. President, with respect to the USC matter, I cannot vote on that matter. I have to recuse myself. Could we do the other items?
Sure. Which item number is it, Commissioner Decker?
Give me 1 second.
I believe it's item.
It's item B.
Okay, so I move that we approve items 3A, C, and D. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I move that we approve item 3B. Is there a second?
Second.
Excuse me. I think, can I just ask, I think the executive director, sir, do I have to sign off or or the city attorney, the right protocol, sir?
Yes, Commissioner Decker, you should go ahead and sign off for this item.
All right, I'll sign off and then I'll sign back in.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Just give me 1 moment and I'll sign off.
So I move that we adopt and approve and accept item 3B. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we're going to go to the regular agenda items. Item 4A, the Southwest Area CPAP. And can we have Captain Lopez, please? And Mr. Executive Director, can you advise Commissioner Decker that she can return, please?
Yes, sir. Will do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Police Commission. This is Captain Lopez here at Southwest. How are you?
Well, sir, how are you?
I'm very good, and I will wait until the Honorable Ms. Decker is back.
Captain, please proceed. We have a very packed agenda today. You can go ahead and proceed. Commissioner Decker will join us shortly.
Unmute. Very good. Again, good morning. My name is Rudy Lopez. I'm the area commanding officer for Southwest, and I have been the commanding officer here for about just under a year. My partner in CPAB is Johnny Rains. He's been with us in CPAB here for about 14 years. I just want to acknowledge he's been through some trying times over the last couple of weeks, and just as an example of his commitment to us, he still managed to come here today to represent the command. So Johnny, thank you very much for your partnership and coming here today. Thank you. Starting with our PowerPoint, we are a command of 10 basic car senior lead officers. We were blessed to be able to fill those, if you can update that, Aaron. We have most recently been able to fill our 2 vacant spots, which were vacant for some significant amount of time. So luckily we've been able, and we have a full complement of senior lead officers assigned to Southwest now. Southwest, we have 4 council districts. Our newly appointed CD10, Mrs. Hunt, is just started more recently than not, and she represents the western part of our division. In the middle, we have CD8 covered by Councilman Dawson. And then on the eastern part of the 110 freeway, we have a small segment of CD1 and CD9. Southwest is about 13 square miles. We have a population of about 165,000 people. And when USC is in session, we have approximately 10 to 15,000 additional people coming into Southwest. We have two very large rail systems that run through Southwest, the Expo line, and we also have the newly opening of the Crenshaw line that runs along the north-south borders of our division. We are the third largest command in personnel. We are well represented with a good ratio of 51% Hispanic officers, 28% Black, 9 in white, and 8 in Asian. Moving to our crime, we are, even though our paperwork says 3, we are the second in reduction in crime, in violent crime in the city. This has been made possible by the great efforts of our officers in our community. We have seen significant reductions in our homicide numbers, in our rape, in our ag assaults, down 6%. And we were struggling with robberies at the beginning of the year, and we're almost at par now, catching almost a 0% in robbery. So we're doing very good in violent crime. Where we have struggled the most is with our property crime, mostly in GTA and through theft. And that has been brought upon with the opening of back to school at USC, having 2 brand new freshman classes starting up. A lot of people, a lot of residents, a lot of new people with experiencing of Southwest life. And unfortunately, that has affected our property crime. As to our SARA projects, we have a total of 11 SARA projects and 2 neighborhood NEAs open. We have a SARA project open in every part of our basic car areas. Many of our projects are related to homeless issues, and our senior leads are dedicating not only a lot of their time, but some of the overtime bridge monies to approach them, try to offer services, and then ultimately in the enforcement segment of trying to get those encampments cleaned up and moved on to into some kind of housing. So with that, I want to hand over the mic to my partner, Johnny Rains, to talk about how CPAB and how our community groups interact with law enforcement here at Southwest.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Good morning, everyone. I see some familiar faces, and I see some that I hope to get familiar with soon. And
good morning.
Just, in a nutshell, let me just explain or share with you how I feel about CPAB and what the value of CPAB is to the community. And in saying that, what I mean is that oftentimes the folks that comprise the membership don't realize how significant we are, that we are to be the ears and eyes, and in some situations, actually the voice of the community. We're to be an advisory board. We're supposed to be out getting information from our constituents and from our stakeholders and passing it on to our division, to our captains, to make sure that they understand what's going on in the community and how the community wishes to be policed. And in a nutshell, I think that's so important, but it's oftentimes gets overlooked. Recently, we created some committees to try to work more closely toward that goal. And those being a homeless committee, a traffic committee, and an emergency preparedness committee, where we're actually getting things done. We've done some really great things with traffic, having traffic division become a regular attendee at our monthly meetings. And we've been able to work together with them and put in place some really good solutions to some ongoing problems. We're putting together an emergency preparedness committee that's going to actually have the capability of creating a block-to-block communication system in the event, of a catastrophe. That's something that we haven't been able to do before. But I think one of the most significant relationships that we're starting to work on is the collaboration between neighborhood councils and CPABs. As you know, the neighborhood councils are written into the city charter as being a valuable entity within the city. They all are required to have a public safety committee, which means they have a public safety chair, which fits right into scope with what CPABs are for. We're trying to get that initiated. We've had some successes in Southwest. We represent 7 different neighborhood councils. So, there's a large group of people, a very diverse group of folks that we need to bring into the fold. And we're working very, very much towards that goal. Mr. Soboroff, you can remember with regard to homelessness, this was back definitely pre-COVID when I think I actually did a presentation about one of the really unique ways that we were approaching the homeless situation, where in Leimert Park Village, we would actually bring all of the city services to the village. We would bring the services to the people. That all got shut down with COVID and various other things, but we want to reinitiate that because that worked. We had like 90 to 100% positive reactions when we were able to bring DMV, bring all of the services that the people needed actually to them. As you guys know, one of the big things, one of the linchpins with the homeless activity is if you don't have ID, you can't get services. Well, we were actually able to get DMV to bring a well-hidden mobile unit out to actually service those people and issue IDs on the spot. So that's the kind of thing we're trying to do with regard to homelessness. Our next big event that we'll be working on will be our Christmas toy giveaway, where over the past probably 8 to 10 years, we've been able to create a really significant relationship with the Baldwin Hills Mall, where they've given us at least $1,000 worth of toys every year that we are able to distribute. So our CPAB is doing well. We think we're doing the right things, and we hope to continue doing those things. That, in a nutshell, is kind of the fundamental things that I think are important about CPAB and what we're able to accomplish here in Southwest.
Yeah, currently in Southwest, we still meet with our CPAB once a month. We are still on a Zoom configuration. We maintained about 11 board members. Several are newly appointed individuals, but our common or average attendance on Zoom is between 35 and 50 participants. As Johnny alluded to, we try to keep it fresh. We try to bring guest speakers in on relative information, and that was one of the ideas that they had, was bringing traffic, since traffic is one of the major concerns. So instead of having them as a special guest, we have them every month to listen to the concerns of Southwest. And that's all we have. Any questions?
Thank you for that, Captain and Mr. Raines. I'm going to start with Commissioner Soboroff.
Well, it's just obvious to me. You guys have done this before. You've been there, and you're real pros. And I've been out there many times with you guys and seeing what you're doing, and it's a pleasure and also much appreciated that you're both there, knowing what's been going on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We would looking forward to seeing you here again.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you both here, Captain Lopez and Mr. Raines. Good to see you again. We spoke briefly at the CPAB Summit, I believe, so appreciated your engagement there as well. I had 3 questions, basically. One is about the membership. You mentioned 7 new board members, and I think on average 35 to 50 participants. And can you comment briefly with one thing we've explored with the CPABs on a very regular basis is the degree of participation amongst what we've just loosely called the younger crowd, which is not necessarily defined, but you kind of get what we're trying to understand. Really, are younger people engaged, and how are they being included in these conversations?
Yes, sir. I personally have brought in 2 of our newest members. They were identified through some of our meetings that we do out there, like Coffee with the Cops. Mr. James is an individual who lives in the Southwest area for the last 10 to 15 years. Great energy, great interest, new ideas. So he's definitely one of the guys that we sought out, and we continue to do that with our meetings that we have out there, that we've identified our interest to bring not only people to listen to CPAP, but become part of our board membership.
And I think you may have heard our other newest member, Mr. Tashombe, at the CPAP Summit, who's one of our new volunteers, who has been heading up pretty much of his own volition. And then CPAP brought him in to speak. And Men of Leimert, which is a group of individuals. It's no longer just Men of Leimert, now it's people of Leimert, who actually are doing their own citizen foot patrols in Leimert Park. So we're getting a cadre of new and energized members. And as I mentioned at the summit, I think one of the things that we may have fallen short of is our audience, the folks that we want to attract, were born in 2000. They have their very different thinking. They see things different, and they understand things different. And I think we kind of have to kind of adjust the methods we use to attract people, because they come with a whole set of different values. In their lifetime, they have not seen daily public statements of positive things with regards to folks in uniforms, and we got to change that.
Are they, real quick on that, just on that point, are they bringing ideas to the table as to how to achieve that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a gradual, because we got to build that trust, but we can see it happening.
And sir, I'm not looking for guys that are supportive only of LAPD. We have enough of those people. We're looking for people that can be critical of what we do and bring issues and concerns that they see that we are missing. And that younger generation, as Mr. Raines alluded to, are those type of people that are not here to, give me one second, are not here to wave the flag in support of LAPD, but maybe part of the process to help us see what the issues are and help us move towards the direction of solving that.
Appreciate that. I think that diversity of views is important across the board. So I appreciate that. The second thing you mentioned, I think sounded I've not heard before from another CPAP, may have missed it, but you mentioned the establishing the Emergency Preparedness Committee.
Yes.
And wanted to understand, number one, what kind of support that committee is in need of or receiving from any other parties aside from the department. There could be lots of forms of emergency, whether it's earthquake or fire or any other thing going on. And as we like to bear in mind, that the LAPD is not the first and last, responder to every kind of emergency that may exist. So can you comment on, are there other agencies that are in some way involved in that conversation?
Yes, primarily the fire department and the countywide emergency preparedness teams have come in with us to explain to us, what they would like our role to be. And we're primarily functioning on just creating that inter block communication ability, where you'll have an established block captain, say, on a block that can provide communication with the other block captains, and to make sure everyone has all of the right information. So fire right now is our primary support.
And are you following and building upon an existing template in that regard, or are you building the template?
Both. Both.
Okay.
The existing one needed a lot of work, and it needed a lot more people involved. We're only as big or as we're only able to improve on what we had because we had very few people involved. So the ability to put out information was very limited. So we're looking to expand it so we have more people involved and providing them with the capabilities to share that information when an emergency does happen.
One last question on that point. Are people any more responsive to that than on the broader issues of policing or public safety? other words, that it's I'm just thinking on the one hand, you mentioned earlier the having, recruiting different points of view and people have a view about, policing and how that should be done. An emergency preparedness hopefully would be even further removed from, controversy, if you will, that everyone should have an equal interest in preparing themselves and their families to get through any kind of unforeseen emergency. Is there any difference you notice in people's willingness to engage in that discussion versus the policing issues more generally?
It seems that people are genuinely concerned about being participatory in preparing their household as well as their neighbor's household, which is different from what I've experienced in the past. It seems to be a genuine interest in being part of something that is going to make it safer for me and the folks that live on my block.
So I appreciate that. We'll appreciate that work and urge you to continue that effort. Last question, or Mr. Raines, you mentioned some of the collaboration with the neighborhood councils. And one question, is there any level of collaboration with the CSP program? We're going to hear a little bit. Now, that's kind of a site-based program, so they wouldn't be pervasive throughout Southwest, but is there any level of collaboration that you're aware of in that regard, or could there be?
With CSP, I don't believe there's a location in Southwest, but I've worked with Imada and her husband when they first started that whole kind of concept, and I worked with Summer Night Lights and the grid programs when they were just getting started. We've done some work, not CSP at Jim Gilliam Park, but no, we don't really have a formal CSP presence in Southwest.
Okay, and I take it that's the primary reason why you wouldn't naturally then have that collaboration as you commented with the neighborhood councils. Got it. I appreciate that. Okay, well, listen, I appreciate you coming and talking with us today. I think there's probably a lot more that we could benefit to understand, but we'll look forward to hopefully coming to another CPAB meeting. I know we did the last one virtual, or one or two virtual last year, and hopefully we'll get a chance to come down and actually see you in person sometime soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chief Moore, we miss you at the barbershop.
I was just reading about Tolliver today. It reminded me I got to get by there. So let LT know I'm thinking about him, and I'll get by and see you as well. Thank you for your leadership and your continued support.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Calanche, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Mr. Raines, for your presentation. I just have a quick follow-up question. Actually appreciate that you listed your SARA projects, Captain. So I'm wondering how involved the CPAB is in the SARA projects?
Ma'am, because many of our SARA projects are driven by homelessness, people experiencing homeless issues, there's a direct correlation, especially with the subcommittee that we have within our CPAB. So that information, it's information sharing. They're giving us the information that they're experiencing in their personal neighborhoods while we're having CPAB meetings, and that information is shared through our senior lead officers to work on those specific SARA projects.
So the CPAB is involved as far as sharing information, but they're not working directly with the SLOs to problem solve or to bring resources or anything like that. Is that correct? Or
I would say very, very much involved.
Oh, really? Okay.
We're the eyes and ears for the SLO.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
CPAB is driving the identification of where those situations are occurring.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I just think that's, when I saw them listed, I thought it would be like a great opportunity for CPAB members or volunteers to be more active in solving some of those problems and situations. So this is the first CPAB presentation where the SARA projects were listed. So I thought it was like really unique. So thank you for that information. I also want to come out to see your People of Leimert Park Citizen Patrol. So hopefully I have an opportunity at some point to come visit.
Okay.
Yeah, we're definitely working on that. We're making headways. We just got a vehicle dedicated back to our division. One of our sister divisions loaned a vehicle to us to make that happen. So we're excited about it.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to learn more. So that's it, President Briggs. But thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalance. Commissioner Decker.
Hi, good morning. It's wonderful to see you, Captain, Mr. Rains. I do want to thank you for your presentation. Actually, I was going to ask you questions about the emergency preparedness program that you talked about. Thank you for doing that. Because as you know, neighborhoods really are the first responders in an emergency, and being well prepared and being able to communicate are critical. But Commissioner Bonner asked the questions I was thinking of exploring with you, but I did also want to acknowledge and thank you for all you're doing to bring services directly to the community as well. That is always just critically important. It helps people tremendously. So I just wanted to thank you. You know, if there's anything that we as a commission can do to assist you, please know that we're very willing to, and I hope to join one of your CPAP meetings in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Captain Lopez and Mr. Rains. So I'm going to pick up on a thread that Commissioner Bonner asked, and that was, what are you doing to attract younger people to participate in the CPAP? I know that in your community, there's an annual event that's called, well, there's several annual events, one of which is called Taste of Soul. And I know that that attracts a lot of people that come out, primarily young people, because of the entertainment, the eating. You know, as I understand it, it's really something that's huge in the community. So does the Southwest Division participate and/or the CPAP participate in that, in any event, to kind of spread the word, as it were, about some of the things that the department is doing in the community that might be attractive to some of the younger folks who might want to come aboard and try to participate?
So unfortunately, I did miss this Taste of Soul. I was over in Dallas at the IACP conference. My partner, Ben was the point on that, but I know for a fact, all of our senior leads were working that event. And I know we are the point, the captain and the senior lead officers, along with our CPAP members, to identify new talent that we're interested in coming on. So that's something that I drive is in my messaging when it comes to senior leads, is the interest in bringing youthful individuals with new ideas and a more of a widespread area of Southwest. It's a big division, and I want to get coverage because what individuals may be dealing with on the northern part of our division are way different than what's going on in the southern. So I'm looking for diversity, not only in age and ethnicity, but also in geographic area. So we cover the entire division and represent everybody.
Right. And a couple of things that are ongoing that we've started to utilize as a kind of a recruitment tool is Southwest, we started doing Coffee with a Cop maybe 10 years ago. And it's grown into now where the one we had most recently was at, I believe,
McDonald's.
Now, no, the larger one that was at a park.
Yes.
Where it was a park that had become problematic within the community, and that's why we chose it as a location. And we had about 100 people attend that one. There were folks who have allegiances that are somewhat nefarious sometimes, along with community members. And it gave an opportunity for those folks to come together, you know, in a kind of neutral kind of situation and realize we're all just people. So whenever there's an event, be it at Jim Gilliam, be it at the Crenshaw Mall, be it Taste of Soul, we always either have an official or an unofficial CPAP and division presence. Our senior lead officers are all known as part of the community. So people listen to them. We spend time on elementary school campuses, and our youth programs I still think are the best. And that's really where you get that that change of mindset. When you're working with the child and then that parent or that uncle or aunt sees, well, this law enforcement person is actually just a person. Maybe I'm interested in that kind of career. So it's not necessarily always scripted recruitment activity, but it's always going on.
Great. I love it. Thank you both for a great presentation. Thank you for what you're doing. Like Commissioner Kalanche, I want to come down there and see the patrols in Leimert Park. I did grow up in that area, so you will see me soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both, and have a great day. And thanks for a wonderful presentation and for what you do.
All right.
At this time, we're going to go to item 4B on the agenda, the department's report on strategies surrounding narcotic and drug enforcement.
Good morning.
Good morning, Captain Carenza. How are you?
I am well, thank you. Good morning to the entire Police Commission, Inspector General, Chief. I was requested to do a presentation about LA HIDA, and I do have a PowerPoint that I would like to share, if allowed.
Absolutely, Madam Secretary.
Are you able to see the PowerPoint now?
We can't see it yet. Madam Secretary, can you please give her permissions?
Hi, Captain. You do have permission to share. Why don't you try it one more time, please?
There we go. Share. Are you able
We
to?
can see it now.
Fantastic. Okay, so my name is Lillian Carranza. I'm the commanding officer of Gang and Narcotics Division. I've been requested to do a presentation on Los Angeles HIDA, which is the high intensity drug trafficking area here in Los Angeles. The HIDA program was created by Congress in 1988 with the passage of the Anti-Drug Abuse Act. The Los Angeles Police Department has participated in the program since its inception in 34 years ago. The functional operation of HIDA is administered by the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and our detectives assigned as task force officers to HIDA are deputized as federal drug agents with the authority to enforce federal drug laws. The department's Gang and Narcotics Division maintains 3 HIDA groups, Group 44, 51, as well as Group 52. LA HIDA is a 4-county region which encompasses the Southern California counties of Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino County. Combined, the 4 counties expands over 32,341 square miles, 213 miles of coastline, and 90 miles of border with Mexico. The state of California is the largest economy, the 5th largest economy in the world. San Bernardino County is the largest geographic county mass in the United States. The Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, recognizes 5 international airports, 94 municipal, and 3 seaplane airports within the region. LA HIDA is one of the nation's major narcotic gateways. Various elements such as the geography, culture, social and economic diversity make the LA HIDA attractive for legitimate businesses, as well as brings the unwanted illegal narcotics, trafficking, money laundering organizations into the region. The specific mission of HIDA is to dismantle and disrupt drug trafficking organizations, gather, disseminate intelligence related to trafficking and dangerous drugs, and to effectively prosecute drug violators. I would like to, these are some of our partners. We work very closely with local, state, and our federal partners. And I wanted to give you a comparison as to the success compared to last year and this year on four of the major narcotics that we see prevalently in the city of Los Angeles. Last year, at this year to date, at this time, we had recovered 71 kilograms of cocaine. This year, 70 kilograms, which is 3 fewer kilos than the previous year. And they're very elaborate, and as you can see in the left slide, these are kilos of cocaine that were hidden in decorative rocks and also in other form of containers in order to get them into Los Angeles. As it relates to methamphetamine seizures, we have seen a significant increase in the seizure of methamphetamines by almost 200%. And there are various ways in which they are transported, sometimes in the side of the tires, trunks, hidden compartments. And most recently, we have seen it dissolved in diesel fuel. And once it is removed, it is brought up to its original solid form. As it relates to heroin seizures, we have seen a decrease of 56% when compared to last year. And this is the form in which they have been recovered year to date. Fentanyl powder, it is one of the biggest increase that we have seen, from 37 kilos last year to 55 kilos of fentanyl this year. This is an increase about 49%. This blue package here, it's just in itself, it's pure, and it was sold to an undercover officer just earlier September of this year. As it relates to fentanyl pills, this is by far the biggest increase and most prevalent drug that we are seeing and seizing on the streets. From January of last year to September of last year, we had recovered 388 fentanyl pills. This year, up to September, we had recovered 904,043 pills. This is a 377% increase. And this does not include a million pills that were recovered earlier in October. That will bring that total increase of fentanyl pills to about 905%. In the middle screen, you will see the fentanyl pills, thousands of them, that were found in the bedroom of a 17-year-old high school student. Along with the seizures of narcotics, we have seen 50% increase on recovery of weapons when these individuals are arrested. Last year at this time, we have recovered 48 firearms in conjunction with narcotic seizures. This year, we have recovered 72 firearms that were seized. As it relates to U.S. currency seizure, last year we had recovered almost 2,446,000 in U.S. currency. This year we have recovered 1,399,000. And in the lower right slide, you will see money, which is thousands of dollars that was found in the bedroom of a 17-year-old high school student. Arrest and federal indictments. Last year, this year to date, we had 65. This year we have 70, which is an increase of 8%. And as it relates to defendants indicted for federal charges, last year at this time we had 16. This year we have 19, which is an increase of 19%. I also wanted to highlight the overall department seizures that includes some of the seizures by LA Item. And you can see in this chart, as it relates to recovery department-wide, year to date, we had a 13% decrease in cocaine recoveries, a 13% decrease in methamphetamine recovery, a 3% increase of heroin, and 172% increase in fentanyl recovered in the city of Los Angeles. And at this time, I will take any questions that you might have.
So Captain, I'll start with some questions. I saw where you had some of the traditional narcotics like cocaine, heroin, trending downwards, at least in terms of seizures, but fentanyl trending upwards in terms of seizures. Can you give us a sense of the overall percentage of seizures versus the number that intelligence tells us is actually coming in through the 5 counties here in Southern California? In other words, I mean, do you understand my question?
I don't, sir.
Okay, so I'm sure some of our federal partners can give you an estimate of the amount of illegal drugs that are coming into our country through these 5 counties. Of that number, what percent have you seized? So the numbers we saw, are relatively small. 78, for example, 78 kilograms of cocaine during that time frame. Of the 78, how many does the DEA estimate has come through on these 5 counties?
I do not know the specific number of Commissioner, but I know that what we are recovering, it is only a fraction of what is making it into the country.
Okay, so and understanding that we're only recovering a small fraction, what are we and our federal partners doing to try to further stem that flow?
Well, I know that they are working with legislation in order to make some of these crimes felonies as well as federal cases. So right now, the challenge is risk versus rewards. For example, in fentanyl, what we're seeing at the state level when we file a case, individuals with 5,000 fentanyl pills might get 2 years probation. And that is the very reason why we are working with our federal partners in order to make sure that once we take this case and present it to the federal authorities, that they do file, and these individuals are mandated to do at least 80% of their time. So that is one of the biggest reasons why we partner with our federal partners in HIDA and why our officers are deputized as federal agents.
So you're saying if they were left to the local prosecution, it would simply be a revolving door and they would be right back on the street selling or dealing and trafficking in these illicit narcotics, as opposed to if the federal government prosecutes them?
That is correct. And that is our experience on the filings that we have been receiving.
Thank you. Commissioner Decker, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Captain, for your presentation. I'm familiar with the work of HIDA, and I thank you for presenting the information that you did today. Captain, my one question is, you talked, I believe I have this number correct. If I don't, correct me. Number of indictments rose from 16 to 19, if I wrote that down correctly. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know how many people that represents?
I do not have the specific numbers, but I can get that to you later after I confer with the lieutenants in those units.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just appreciate having that statistic.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Captain. I don't have anything further. Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Sobrock.
Thanks. Of the drugs that you're talking about, it seems like methamphetamines are in a class of their own when it comes to the danger that they impose on victims of violence and crime, including police officers, far beyond anything else. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
As far as we commonly here refer as drugs being the source of all evils. And we take tremendous pride that when we make an arrest and we take large quantities of narcotics off the street, that this is going to save life, prevent overdoses, prevent deaths, violent and property crime. It's not a secret that many individuals will do whatever crime it takes in order to get their next high, whether it's a robbery, whether it's a burglary, so they can turn those goods into money so they can buy drugs, or it's a burglary and theft from motor vehicle. So the more that we're able to take off the streets, the more individuals that we can prosecute federally, I believe the safer our communities will be, and less families broken and tragedy striking the community that we serve.
Yeah, that's not quite my question. My question is that it seems like people who are on meth aren't just out there doing things so they can get another meth pill. It seems like they're extremely violent and extremely dangerous to our population at large, and extremely dangerous to police officers at large. I know many of the cases that come through our that we adjudicate. The perpetrators of the crimes are on methamphetamines. Can you tell me a little bit about the training for officers in dealing with people who are on methamphetamines versus other drugs, or is it all the same?
I cannot talk about that because the mission that we have is to interdict and arrest mid to major violators as it relates to the effect of methamphetamine and individuals that take it. I think that will be better answered by a drug recognition expert.
Yeah, Chief, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, we've seen, well, first of all, the use of narcotics, whatever its underlying identification, whether it be heroin, methamphetamines, cocaine, most recently this fentanyl infused prescription drugs, fake pills, so to speak, they manifest themselves differently, except when you get to the extremes. And that's where you talk about the behaviors that are violent, that are a person having a mental health, if you will, episode or crisis where he or she's striking out using violence against others, sometimes people in which they love. So the officers training in this is addressing the behavior, recognizing the underlying influence of this may be a narcotic of varying ranges. But I want to also comment that the use of narcotics here in Los Angeles and across the country continues to evolve. If you talked about methamphetamines 2 to 4 years ago, much higher use and prevalence than, say, heroin or cocaine. If you go back 5-10 years, those variations in the drug of choice has evolved. We see cannabis, which is, of course, lawful today, and it's for adult consumption, but its concentrations with THC have grown exponentially with the commercialization of that product and its impact on people's sobriety and their impact on the safety of the roadway and behaviors of people who are lawfully ingesting edibles. One of the cautions last night in Halloween was the edibles that would be made available and the potential dangers that it could pose, not to children, but to adults that may not be paying attention to the fact that these are laced with THC in the compounds, but also could be laced with other unclean or unpurified ingredients, including fentanyl. The most pressing matter for us today in regards to safety is fentanyl. And 4 out of every 10 counterfeit pills that are being made by the millions contain a fatal dose of fentanyl. We received a briefing from the Drug Administration, their head, and she provided information, Ann Milgram, and to law enforcement as law enforcement sensitive, but it really is something that everyone across America needs to hear, and that is the proliferation by the Sinaloa cartel, the CJNN cartel. These are Mexican origin drug cartels that are importing precursor ingredients from China and other locations. They're being manufactured and brought into Mexico. That's where these pill mills are being distributed or being made. as well as the fentanyl powder that is being used to spike, if you will, or add to the other drugs such as heroin and cocaine. These are really the challenges because you don't know today that one pill could kill, that a dosage of an overdose is absolutely something happening every single day across America. So the efforts on this are manyfold, but let me say that the DEA and for the national or federal partners, they recognize that the precursor drugs, the supply line to Mexico, that impacting this in Central America is also key to our success. But I am proud of the work of Captain Carranza and her team that are part of a solution, part of an effort as well, to put some brakes, to put some controls on the trafficking and the hub that Los Angeles serves as. We are a major hub for the distribution of narcotics across this entire country, while we're also a retailer. We're also a user. And the drug trade organization that come through here, HIDA effort is to make put a hurt on them, to have an impact both in the supplies coming in, as well as the funding, the laundering of monies that's coming out. Today, you can look across, and I'll just close by saying, if you look across the recovery patterns over the last 5 years, you can see the changing in the habits of consumption and the drugs of choice, and the foes that we deal with are constantly aware. It's a market-driven economy. They're capitalists in the sense that they're going to try to identify the most profitable means of addressing and feeding a drug addiction in this country, which is one of our greatest challenges to overcome, not just from a policing standpoint, certainly, but really as a matter of social health and welfare. So that's just a couple points there. These pills and these drugs of all choices pose risks to law enforcement. They pose risks to people on the street and our motoring public and others. And really, to rank one higher than the other, I would say the most prevalent and most persistent theft. The leading cause of death today of an 18 to 45-year-old is drug poisoning, and it's through fentanyl. That's the thing about the starkness of that statement. It's not suicide, it's not street violence. It's a decision to take a chance on a pill, many times thinking that it's a prescription pill, when in fact it's a counterfeit. 4 out of those 10 have a fatal dose. And how do we know that? It's because we're sampling what we're seizing. And frankly, the drug trade organizations don't care. They simply are feeding in an effort to surge on this opportunity that they see to make millions and millions of dollars.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain. Very helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. I'm sorry, Chief Fisher.
Yes, really quickly, Commissioner Briggs and Chief Moore, if I could add to that, knowing the proliferation of fentanyl, when we met with Ms. Milgram earlier this year, we talked about a policy that GND recently drafted for patrol officers citywide in terms of taking an investigation out in the field further, looking at the issues of not just an overdose or a death investigation, but moving forward an investigation involving the presence of fentanyl and ultimately going after the individuals that basically provided that fentanyl to the individual, whether they were deceased or whether they had suffered an overdose. That policy was taken by Ms. Milgram, and she had advised me that she is going to push that out nationally as a model for fentanyl investigation out in the field by officers everywhere throughout the country. She thought so much of that model policy that she took that and moved that forward. So just a great, move forward on the fentanyl issue in Los Angeles as well as nationally.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, 2, please. First, Captain, thank you for the briefing. The first question, when you were mentioning situations in which LAPD officers are deputized or acting as federal agents, is that resulting in a net increase in the resources and personnel working on these efforts? In other words, are you adding to federal resources that are being sustained, or are you replacing in some way federal resources, or just filling gaps?
No, we're not replacing federal resources. We just adding to the groups so they can work in partnership with these federal resources that otherwise would not be available to us. And through them and their assistance, coupled with the fact that they are deputized for the feds, we are able to seize large quantities of drugs, take them off the street. And once these individuals are arrested, they will do some time in prison, as opposed to the regular arrest that we make. And if we file state charges, and like it was eloquently explained earlier, it's a revolving door. When you get 2,000 to 5,000 pills of fentanyl, and what the individual is ultimately given is 2 years probation, it's not going to help deter the sales of these fentanyl pills.
Okay, and then hearkening back at maybe that last point in the conversation that was just playing out, are those who are involved in trafficking, dealing, selling, the rest in this area, are they generally speaking, are they driving or responding to demand?
They are responding to demand, and these individuals work for the cartel. They transported here into Los Angeles, and due to the work with the community members as well as our federal agents, we are able to identify these individuals, set up a purchase, and generally ends up in hundreds of kilos and pounds being recovered, not to mention hundreds and thousands of fentanyl pills. Like in one purchase last month, it was 1 million for fentanyl pills that were recovered. Imagine how many lives were saved just by that one recovery.
So so I understand, because in terms of when you had the chart that showed the numbers for heroin and meth and fentanyl and the like, are you saying that those numbers are driven by the number of people selecting, going out on the street and saying, hey, I want fentanyl, I want heroin, I want meth, and that's what the traffickers are responding to? I was kind of under the impression that at some level, some people who have problems with addiction are going out in the street and getting almost anything they can get their hands on, so that's traffickers are flooding the streets with certain products that people are then buying because that's what's available. So just clarify a little bit, for me, in terms of really what that dynamic is are people really going out and saying this is what people are buying and what people are wanting, and therefore that's what we're bringing in? Or are people, just moving onto the street and selling what people are bringing in?
It's based on supplies, based on demand, Commissioner. But if I understand your question correctly, it's also has to do with what they're pushing. They are not pushing cocaine as much as they're pushing fentanyl, because the amount of money that they can make by the sale of fentanyl. If we buy one pill on $2.80 to $1.50 each pill, that pill can be sold for $15 to $30, depending on the part of the city. And we also have to remember that in Los Angeles, it's almost like a distribution center for the rest of the United States. So just because we recovered it here in Los Angeles didn't mean it was going to stay here in Los Angeles. It was probably going to be, some of them might be distributed to other parts of the country. But most of the time, what we recover was destined and being housed in a place within Los Angeles County to sell here in Los Angeles. And those are the ones that we focus and target.
Okay, and the final question in terms of the demand, who is the lead partner in the mix here working on the demand side of it?
The lead partner, I'm not sure I understand your question. The lead
What
partner.
I'm saying is somebody's in the business of trying to stem the demand for illegal drugs, right? Whether that's drug treatment centers, whether it's people who are involved in trying to break addiction, aid people in recovery. So the hope would be that somewhere in this mix, you're not only working on the enforcement side, but that there's also someone in the mix that is knowledgeable about the demand side, who's buying the drugs and why, and working on that. So the question is, who's working on that part of it?
We are all working on that part of it, because as we see the supply and demand, for example, fentanyl, this information is not only discussed at our level, but also filtered down to the different narcotic enforcement details within each 20 of the 21 geographical divisions. That information gets disseminated also to the senior lead officers and patrol officers. And that is where the education piece starts. We're also collaborating closely with Los Angeles Unified School District, as well as their police department, and working in partnership in order to see how we can prevent these overdoses and better educate not only the students, but also the parents as to what to look for and to have that conversation to hopefully prevent their children from engaging in narcotics. In the past, we would have programs such as DARE, and children will be educated at the elementary level, middle school. We no longer have that program. We also have undercover operators working inside the high schools to identify individuals that were selling narcotics and ensuring that they were arrested. That is no longer the case. And as well as the reduction of resource officers in the individual schools. These individuals were the go-to persons when the children or even the staff became aware of somebody using or having possession of drugs or weapons within the school. So we are trying to work together once again to get that information out, to educate the public. But the education definitely starts in the home. And we would like to provide some of our parents and legal guardians with the information so they can better prepare themselves and their children in the event they come across the sale or somebody peer pressure trying to have them try the drug.
Thank you. I know this is a report on strategies on enforcement, so that's why I presume that's why the picture you're painting is almost exclusively relevant to enforcement. And at some point, I made contact with you or some others to understand just what the broader picture looks like. The point being that the problem is so large that I hope you would agree that it can't be dealt with only by enforcement. And so that means that at some point there is some connection or collaboration with other resources being brought to bear. And so it'd be helpful to understand how this fits in the context, in that context as well. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That is correct. It's not only about enforcement, it's also about prevention. And that's why we're also working through our senior lead officers, our narcotics enforcement details to educate the public, have those conversations, and why we're working closely with the Los Angeles Unified School District and the school police in order to get this message out. So we are involved in the prevention aspect, and it's not just about making arrests and seizing drugs.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Calanche.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello, Captain Carranza, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just a quick question about your unit, just so that I'm a little bit more clear on how your unit works. So how big is your team that's working with these regional and federal entities?
The team is composed of maybe half a dozen of operators, but those are supplemented by federal agents and other resources that, depending on which part of the city we're working or what county we're working on. So it's not just that handful of operators working on the case on their own, but they are supported by HIDA and LA Impact as well.
So the LAPD, the unit that you oversee has about 12. It's made up of about 12.
It's several units. I'm hesitant to give a specific number to
Okay.
safety, but around that.
So that I was trying to understand the structure within kind of LAPD. And then when you said deputized, so your officers are basically given some federal authority. Is that what you mean?
That is correct. They are sworn in as federal agents, and this gives them the authority to enforce federal laws as well as present cases federally for prosecution.
And that's why we can then present them to a federal court.
That's right, yes.
Okay, awesome. And then last question. So as far as like the work that you undertake, is it just in the city of LA or is it a regional? Because it seems like it's a regional unit.
The HIDAs work with 4 counties that I mentioned earlier. So they can go anywhere within the HIDA area, designated LA HIDA area. But most of the time, they focus their efforts here in Los Angeles because trust me, we have enough work here in the city.
So then we, as a department, our officers, the unit that you oversee seems to have a lot more of the experience in the city. So they probably take on a really important role in whatever operation that the regional team is focused on. That's what I'm assuming.
Most definitely, you are correct in that assessment.
Okay, and then maybe this is for the chief. Is this unit or you captain or anybody? So if this is a special unit, have we always had this unit, or is this something new that we're doing?
Ma'am, this unit was created by Congress, and we have been part of this unit since its inception about 34 years ago.
Okay.
So it's not new.
Okay, and then is this part of just our regular deployment budget, chief, or is it supplemented with any like federal funds or anything like that?
This is part of our table of organization. It is supplemented by federal funds in support of task force operations. There's a small amount of overtime funding and some vehicle equipment that's provided. And the captain's being kind of humble with this. These three organizations are recognized throughout the nation as leading as far as their success in interdicting narcotics and the funding that is trafficked through. So it's a unit that's been it's been very successful.
Yeah, seems like a really, really important unit. That's why I was trying to understand, kind of the inner workings in our department and in the city. But thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's very timely.
Thank you very much.
If I could add one point, Commissioner Clanche.
Sure.
One of the major issues, although we have a lot of enforcement units, which they've already talked about, they also have a very effective lab squad that travels all over the tri-county areas. They work with the different units and also the law enforcement agencies, and they go after the commercialization of all of the manufacturing of narcotics. And ultimately, they are very, very effective, and they are probably the most effective in the Southern California region. They are used all over the place.
Wow.
So just an added benefit to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chief. That is it. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche and Captain Carranza. Thank you very much. I have one last question, and this is for either Chief Moore or Chief Pitcher. Chief Moore, you mentioned that the precursor elements are shipped from China to Mexico. And I'm just wondering whether or not there are any that are also sent to the US. And if so, are those something that are subject to seizure and interdiction? Do we have any active activities around interdicting that, which goes to prevention measures of preventing them from even manufacturing fentanyl, which is just seemingly gotten out of hand?
The briefing that we were part of membership of indicated that the vast majority of fentanyl is produced in Mexico and in Central America, that the precursor drugs are shipped there from, again, the China resources. And I'll ask Captain Carranza, I'm not aware of those, the generation or the manufacturing of fentanyl being a major element in the United States.
I am not aware of that either, Chief.
Thank you very much. Captain Carranza, thank you again. Chief Pitcher, thank you again for this presentation. It's been very helpful and insightful to understand what's going on in our city and the surrounding counties in this problem. Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to item 4C on the agenda concerning the Racial and Identity Profiling Act of 2015 and the audit report. And we have Commander Steve Laurie, please.
Good afternoon, Commission President Briggs. You hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon, Commander.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the Commission, Chief Moore and Mr. Inspector General. We're going to discuss today an audit that was completed, and I'm going to share my screen so you can see some details here. There we go. Commissioner Briggs, can you see that PowerPoint okay?
Yes, we can see
Great.
it fine.
Want to avoid my mistake of my last presentation. We're going to talk about the RIPA, or Racial and Identity Profiling Act audit completed by the department. As you can see, one of the standout things here is that the capture date for this data is fairly old. And that actually is important to what we're going to discuss today, because following March 31st of 2021, while the results of this audit were actually overall extremely positive, the department has taken a lot of steps in this area, many of which you are already familiar with, and I'll discuss those very briefly. But I just want to note that it's been about 19 months since this data capture period ended. Today, we'll talk a little bit about RIPA very briefly, what this audit showed, what the department has done since then. I'll take any questions you have, and then we'll move, with your permission, Mr. President, right into the next agenda item, because they are tied together and presented together on purpose. And part of the team that's here today with us is Captain Steve Ramus, who will talk about the automated field data report, which is how we capture a lot of this data, which is the next agenda item, and talk about some of the progress that we're seeing in that area. Captain Ramus, if you don't know, has emerged as a nationwide leader in how organizations deal with this type of data, and that's really valuable for us moving forward. I also have folks here from Audit Division on screen and ready should there be specific questions about the details of the audit.
Thank you, Commander. That's fine.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. RIPA, or the Race and Identity Profiling Act, was created by the California legislature in 2015. I won't go into the morass of what that legislation says, but essentially it's to reduce race and identity profiling. And it does that by reviewing the practices and procedures of California's law enforcement agencies and requiring certain reporting back to the California Attorney General based on what a law enforcement organization does in its stops and interactions with the public. And it also looks at training and other things that departments do surrounding this area. Basically, the overall message today is that our audit results were excellent. We evaluated two different areas. One, the legal requirements under the RIPA statute, and then two, our own internal procedures that relate to this type of work. As you can see on this first slide, one of the requirements was that an automated field data report be completed once an officer has completed a stop of an individual. And we complied with that requirement 99% of the time. We then have to provide all of that stop data to the state attorney general so they can monitor California's law enforcement agencies. We also did that 99% of the time. And then finally, there are requirements for taking complaints from the public regarding bias policing. I know this commission has heard many presentations about our complaint process. It meets and in fact far exceeds the standards needed in a public complaint process. As you know, we have become a model for how complaints are taken from the public. And then lastly, the Attorney General has to ensure that there is adequate training in place within a police department to address things like implicit bias, diversity, et cetera. And we'll talk a little bit about what the department does in those areas, but those also met, and to be frank, far exceeded the minimum standards as set forth by the legislation. This audit was performed over a sample of 450,000 plus or minus total AFDRs. Our auditors used accepted audit methods to create a statistically valuable sample of just over 400 of those to see how our compliance went, and you can see that our standards were well met or exceeded. Again, these are the legal standards. Next slide shows our compliance with our own internal processes related to race and identity information. One of those requirements is that every automated field data report, or AFDR, contain a 10-digit incident number. That's very important for tracking into the future, so we can look backwards and see what Officer X or Y did on a certain incident. We complied with that incident number being on the AFDR 98% of the time. The only place that we fell below this 98, 99 percentile is when we had our auditors watch body worn video footage of a stop, and then compare that footage to what the officers reported on the AFDR. There we had an 80% compliance rate, which I'll get back to in a moment because it is our lowest number here. And then we also internally require by policy that a supervisor review and approve each automated field data report prior to it being transmitted to the Attorney General. And we complied with that 99% of the time. So while all of these numbers are fairly good in the audit world, obviously what stands out here is that 80% number. That represented 156 of 194 videos complied. In other words, the video seemed to match what it is the officer reported on the automated field data report. In that other 20%, we dug down deeper and found that while there were some mistakes made, there were also some educational points, if you will, about how we look at a stop through body-worn video. One example that comes up is there was a stop of a stolen vehicle. By department procedure, during the high-risk stop of a stolen vehicle, officers will have their weapons in what we call the low ready position. And I know we've talked about this in closed session before. Officers don't interpret that as pointing a firearm at a suspect, which is one of the AFDR categories, but they were coded that way when the video review was done. And there were some other small discrepancies that our auditors can go into detail if the commissioners have questions there. But even with those, 80% is a good number, and one that I believe if this audit was repeated today would be far better because of some of the progress that I'm going to talk about now. Probably the most important thing the department has done since then is this Board of Police Commissioners approving our modified pretext stop policy. On March 1st of 22, as you all recall, that became policy, and the department, through Director Rhodes's leadership, has engaged in a citywide training cycle. And we're now sort of on cycle 2 of sort of making this philosophical change in how we utilize traffic stops and pretextual stops. And of course, this will affect RIPA data moving forward because we hope to see it change the demographics of who the police are encountering out there on stops and what's happening during those stops. We have also begun the RIPA CompStat inspection process, which I know several commissioners have attended. All commissioners are always welcome. As a matter of fact, our next RIPA CompStat is this Thursday. And that, just like the regular CompStat process, is where commanding officers of the areas and the patrol divisions are asked about their RIPA data. Have you seen this discrepancy in who your officers are stopping? Have you noticed this trend? What training are you doing to help with these numbers? Again, all of this instituted after the sample period for this audit. And I can get links and other information to any member of the commission who'd like to attend and watch that process. It's pretty interesting to see folks discussing this with the director and with Captain Ramos as we continue to look at those numbers. And then the final thing before I pass off to Captain Ramos is we have engaged in a formal way in improving the way that we fill out that automated field data report. That wasn't just driven by the 80% number I just talked about, although partly. It's also a training gap that we identified, and Captain Ramos in the next agenda item will discuss what we're doing to try and bring that number up and really get as close to perfection as we can in filling out that critical form, because it is that AFDR that helps us learn about the new pretext stop policy and helps us comply with RIPA. So if there are specific questions about the audit, Mr. President, I'm happy to take those. If not, I'm going to ask Captain Ramos, who I see came on screen, to talk about what we're moving forward with in training on the AFDR. Thank you very much for your time.
Let me see whether or not any of the specific commissioners have any questions. I'll start with you, Commissioner Decker. Any questions for Commander Laurie?
I do, but I think I hesitate until I hear the whole presentation because some of my questions might be answered, Commissioner Briggs. So if I could suggest, I think it might be helpful just to hear everything to see.
Sure, then let's go to Captain Ramos.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll cover really briefly the revised policy that we have on the agenda item there. The department manual section regarding automated field data reports, completion and tracking has been updated to address some of the Office of the Inspector General's recommendations back in 2020, as well as deficiencies over data accuracy noted in prior reviews and audits by the Department of Justice and Audit Division. First, the revised policy now requires that all automated field data reports, also known as AFDRs, shall be completed immediately after the encounter. And if exigent circumstances exist, the field data report shall be completed as soon as practicable, but no later than the end of watch. Previously, the policy required that the field data reports be completed by the end of watch, or if there were exigent circumstances, as soon as practicable. So that was one of the major changes that the Inspector General's office recommended. Second, the new policy also requires Force Investigation Division to identify and direct the appropriate officer involved in a categorical use of force to complete the field data report. We realized this error back last year when we got audited by the state and found some of our OISs were not properly captured on FDRs. So we took steps to ensure that FID review that at the scene of the incident during that review process with the officers that night and make sure it's properly filled out. Third, supervisor responsibilities now include ensuring the stop is accurately marked as a pretext when the explanation from the stop supports such a determination. And that was brought up with the new pretext stop requirements on the FDRs, which we are doing. And then fourth, an officer or AFDR completion guide has also been created as a reference tool to assist the officers in completing the AFDR. The guide defines each data element to be collected, and if utilized, should improve the data intake error rate. DEID, or Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Division, will be responsible for maintaining and updating the officer and supervisor guides as needed as new requirements are imposed by the state, which will have some new ones in 2024. And then lastly, in order to supplement the newly revised AFDR policy and guide, a training video is currently being developed, which will provide a visual step-by-step process on how to complete the AFDR. The video will also highlight some common errors that we've been seeing that occur when completing the AFDR, as well as best practices that officers should consider utilizing to improve the data accuracy. We believe the revisions to the policy, the AFDR guide, and the training video will help improve the data accuracy errors we are finding with the AFDRs. And that's pretty much all the revisions that are made to the policy. And I'm happy to answer any questions with Commander Lurie as opposed to the policy or the audit.
Thank you, Captain. I'll go back to Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. So that did answer some of my questions as to what you're doing with respect to the 80%. But if I could go back to the audit and Commander, I think my questions are likely directed to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to understand two things, I think. One is, how is it, what's the criteria you use to determine what is going to be measured for the audit? And I'm just wondering the categories that you did measure, why those were deemed to be important. And with respect to the compliance issue, I do agree that that's important, but I want to be sure I understand what was measured. And I think what was measured is that of the ADRs completed that were audited, 80% were completed correctly. It's not a measurement as to whether AFDRs were completed in every appropriate instance. Is that correct?
Yes. So to answer your second question first, the 80% number is just our own internal look we decided to do on the video,
right,
matching what the officer, right? The 99% and the 98% numbers, which obviously when you have samples of thousands and thousands are about as close to perfect as you're going to get, right? Those represent whether one was filled out when needed, whether it was reported to the Attorney General as required, whether they held an incident number, a full 10-digit incident number on those AFDRs. So those are the three categories that we were near perfect on. It is the 80% was the reconciling the video. As far as why, to go to your first question, how those were selected, they were submitted with the annual audit plan as we do to this board each year. And going forward, and this might be something to meet with the executive committee about or what have you. If there are other looks or other parts of this RIPA data that the commission thinks are more or less important, we can also add those to an inspection or a look. These were selected because they were the most important things, one on the in the legislation on the legislative side. And then internally, we wanted to make sure with body worn video that we had that reconciling.
Right. I don't have any issue with reconciling it with the body worn. I mean, you want to be sure it's accurate so that you can do the training and the updates that were also explained, which was very helpful. I guess I'm just trying to, how do you know that 98 and 99% of the situations where an AFDR was required, it was actually completed? How would you know that thing if it was never completed? How would you be able?
No, I understand the question. Yeah, that is not specifically measured here. That would have shown up in the body worn video sample, we would hope. But no, what was measured here is of the AFDRs completed, did we meet those other ones? So that's a great point and could be something included in a later inspection of just a statistical sample of all situations where one was required. What percentage was one filled out? I think that's what you're asking.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was not specifically measured here. These were completed AFDRs. Were they completed correctly and were they sent to the AG?
And
I can add something to that, Commissioner Decker, if you'd
Oh,
like.
yeah.
So as I'm not sure if I think some of you were on the last ComStat. So some of these questions came up during the ComStat inspection. And one of the benefits of these, it's drawing a lot of attention to how the AFDRs are completed and the review process with the supervisor. So some of the commands have actually created a RIPA liaison position at the divisions, which is basically a supervisor that's going to be in charge of reviewing most of, if not all, the AFDRs. And some of the things they're doing in that review process, you're able to pull up the officer's daily log and then look at each incident, which should have generated an FDR. And if not, they're able to compare that with the FDRs that were completed that day to ensure they're being completed. Because I know that's been an issue in the past about the completion rate of FDRs. So each division's trying to do that. I'm sure at some point the bureaus may mandate that, but currently it's up to each division to check that. And to the command alerts point, we could actually make that part of our inspection plan to ensure that was done. I think the IG's office, and Mr. Smith can correct me if I'm wrong, that was a discussion with Camilla about some of those inspections. And I know they were looking at that as well.
Yeah, and thank you for that. That's very, I mean, it's helpful, and the ComStats are helpful. It just seems that there's not, at least from my perspective, not as much consistency as at this stage throughout the divisions and the bureaus as I would hope. It's a process. I understand it's a cultural change, and ensuring these forms are accurate, which is what this current audit is striving to do and what the ComStats are doing. But the RIPA data is obviously incredibly important to get accurate information, and then for the department to be able to evaluate even more fully. I'm going to just, I guess, close with one more comment, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues who I'm sure have questions. But you know, the data is old and now we're getting it today. And of course, it would have been helpful to have this quite some time ago. So number one, I do think more audits should be needed, but I would suggest to the department we need to have a faster turnover in reporting what the audits are saying. And if the audit process, just because it is highly scientific and I do understand the protocols to ensure that the audit is done effectively. If that process does not allow for immediate reporting, then perhaps more frequent inspections.
Yes.
In order to evaluate this on a more timely basis, so that particularly as the department is making changes and officers are learning the process, and each division is learning that we must be able to get more rapid information back, and it's for decision-making processes, both for the department and the commission. And so I would request that the department please consider more rapid and frequent inspections of the process to ensure what you're trying to achieve is being achieved.
100%. And we share that frustration here. As you know, or may know, Director Rhodes has shifted the direction of audit division to include inspections now, which don't require some of the, Big 10 accounting firm rules, and can get us quicker results. So I think this is an area that is ripe for that new program, right? A 60-day turnaround on what did this data look like 60 days ago. I did look into the 19-month delay here because I found it frustrating as well. And it coincided with apparently a lot of folks at audit division being retasked with working testing centers, et cetera, around COVID. So it's also a lagging result of that, but you're absolutely correct. And we look to that shorter time frame inspection for data like this to be more timely when I bring it to you.
And particularly, and I understand the staffing issues with audit division and of course, COVID took a lot of things off track. And there frequently are reasonable explanations why audits don't get to us as quickly as we would like, but those are kind of a constant, right?
Yeah.
And particularly with this, we have a new policy, relatively new. The department's trying to adjust to it. The rank and file are trying to adjust to it, and having more rapid information as the adoption of the policy really becomes more robust, I think would be incredibly important at this stage. With that, Commissioner Briggs, I'll turn it back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soberoff, any questions? Commissioner Kalanche, any questions? Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, please. Just a couple. First, relative to the pretextual stops policy, will this, one question is when and how that will, you anticipate evaluating the effectiveness of that policy, and will it be through an audit of some form, or would that be a review of some other nature? And related to that is, would it be based on data that's currently being captured, or will it require the development of some new data or data sets?
Yeah, the answer is sort of both, Commissioner. But yes, the completion of the AFDR, which is the place where officers articulate whether or not, for instance, they were making a pretextual stop, is the primary data collection for us to look at how those numbers are changing. I'll pass off again to my partner, Captain Ramus, who's intimately involved with the RIPA ComStat process, which is being used in a large way to evaluate this philosophical shift under the new stops policy. Steve, can you say more about that?
Yeah, so to answer your question, sir, I think as Commissioner Decker alluded to and Director Rhodes is doing more timely inspections on this. So with an officer completes an AFDR and a supervisor reviews it, there is an audit trail that goes with that. So we'll be able to track when they did the stop, when they completed the AFDR to make sure it's completed in a timely manner, when it was reviewed and when it was approved. So we can do it, the data is live right now, so we can do the inspection at any point. So once the policy is actually established, the training is completed, we generally wait around 3 months or so, or 6 months to make sure it's been accepted by the commands, actually give the officers times to become used to the policy, and then do an inspection or an audit. And I think in this case, an inspection would be appropriate.
Thank you. And I guess a request would be that that I assume that review that's being referenced here would be exclusively or primarily relative to the procedural issues as to how the AFDs were completed and processed, data captured, and so on. The equally important or greater interest would be on the effectiveness of the policy and its impact. And so I'd welcome any comments or thoughts you might have as to whether that is somehow properly pulled up within the scope of an audit, or is it a different type of review?
Well, I think with that, it's very difficult. I mean, at this point, because we haven't really, this was the first audit that I know of prior to any of this to actually look at the data. So we're constantly reviewing the data to try and see its effectiveness. Without being able to look at body-worn video, it's hard to determine if any errors were made other than trying to review the actual FDR and then their log. So I think it's going to have to be ongoing inspections to see if there's an improvement systematically throughout that. I think what the commands are doing now as they're going through this AFDR process, they're identifying, at least with pretext stops and non-pretext stops, the officers that are doing it correctly or not correctly, and then seeing the errors as we go through this, and then actually sitting down with the officers and doing immediate training to make sure they understand the pretext policy. But in terms of if they're entering it incorrectly, without audit division doing inspections, it's very difficult to tell what the error rate really is.
Okay, thank you. On the this also, you mentioned, Commander Allure, you mentioned the bias policing policy, and the question there, similar question there is about whether that the degree that is and will continue to be based on the review of it, will continue to be based on RIPA data, or is there any other tool or basis for continuing to evaluate? And what I'm getting at more directly is, I've stated my continued view for some time that there's the current process, in my opinion, is severely broken, and this is the process that plays out years after years after years, where you see the continued rise in the number of complaints, but there's never any one substantiated. And I'm not for a minute suggesting that's because there's all this bias policing that's just not being found. What I'm saying is, on its face, I don't even get to that question. I'm just pointing out on its face, when you have a system that never produces a substantiated complaint, you got to look at the system and see whether it's miscalibrated in some way. And that's the question: is there any reflection on that, or do you anticipate any reflection on how that process will continue to be evaluated to determine whether it really is calibrated properly?
Yeah, great question, which I can talk about our portion of, and then I'm thrilled to see that the chief of police is unmuted so he can help me. But yes, of course, this data would be informative there, right? As you know, our bias policing intake process is extensive, right? We have specific questions that are asked. We get good info, good data from the person who feels aggrieved. And clearly, when you look at the data that the AFDR collects, you could see a place where that can inform an officer's behavior during a stop. And of course, video is also very useful in that way. As far as the plans to utilize this data in that arena, I'm not an expert at PSB, so I will pass off to my boss on that one. Chief?
Thank you. So the current approach that we're trying to move in regards to detecting bias or dealing with a perception or belief that an officer's actions are biased, prejudicial, based on a person's race or other identity factor, is bringing the parties together and having a conversation about each other's respective positions and information and why they took the actions. This last year, we've added the component of a command officer, encouraging a command officer to become involved in that process, because we're trying to get more of these alternate dispute resolutions to move forward as a process of dealing with perceptions of bias. The fact is that if we conduct an investigation, the person believes that they were stopped because they're African American and they were a male on a car, and the only reason the officer stopped them was because of their race. Even though we may have body-worn video, we may have information from digital in-car video, as well as the officer's account as to the observation of the individual in the car and the car's behavior, the car's movements that drew the officer's attention and caused or gave the officer a reasonable suspicion to conduct a stop. Many times the person walks away still with the belief that, I understand what you're saying, but I still believe that I got stopped because of the race or because of my identity. And what we're wanting to do is have a conversation where both sides of that conversation are human, that they express themselves in a manner that data doesn't always suggest. And even recording a video and proving, if you will, or showing or articulating the basis for the officer's actions, the absence of that officer, the absence of the person making their complaint leaves, I think, both parties dissatisfied. And so that stream of thought is where we're going at. We will continue to take allegations of bias policing, complaints of prejudicial actions by the officers, and attempt to determine whether there is evidence of that. We do look at RIPA data in regards to the analysis of that. We'll look to the officer's pattern of traffic enforcement and in relationship to the community in which he or she is serving. We'll look at the conduct of that individual with those other traffic stops. And again, as a means to determine whether or not there's a bias that is, at least in a behavioral sense, appears to be a bias that is impacting the officer's decision-making. Those are part of today's investigations as we go about. So to answer that question, and if I can, I just want to transition over to Commissioner Decker's position or question earlier about the are we getting 100% of the data? One of the technology improvements we're looking to engage in with the new record management system, and this is the contract that was recently entered that's going to change all of our crime reports and investigative reports and so forth, is that now that will be in concert with the calls for the radio calls, the CAD information, and we're going to incorporate the audit that AFDR into that process so that there is a true linkage. Today we have disparate systems that do not operate and communicate together, and so the opportunity for an officer to have either mistakenly not completed an AFDR or for them to have purposefully not to do it, which we don't have evidence that that's occurring. But the fact of us auditing that and ensuring 100% is a manual process. We look to change that so that with the adoption of this new system, it'll be part of a traffic stop. It'll be part of any type of other detention that is tied to an officer's action in the street. That is then allows us to certainly know we have a complete package. I want to thank Captain Ramos and his team's efforts, because we do know that data quality is critical to our success in this area as we look to motivate and impact and understand officers' behaviors as we go about in conducting policing. And I think the CompStat processes are helping draw attention to the importance that these reports be done completely and accurately.
Thank you, Chief. I just close with a comment or observation, and that is that data is a risky playing field, if you will, because oftentimes you're evaluating a set of policy options or a problem, and the first recognition is, hey, we don't have enough data. We lack data in order to inform a decision. So then you go out and you get data, and now we're awash with data. And there's lots of data that exists now. There's going to be more data turned out. And if you're not careful, it can create the appearance of problem solving by there's more people producing data, churning on it, analyzing it, all those things, but you are at risk of losing sight of the underlying issues that you're trying to address. So I just encourage all of us, the department in particular, as you continue this work, to not let the ever growing volume of data and the compliance and all those things that are very important on the one hand, but you do need to make sure that you're making the time to also reflect on the underlying issues. Like in this case, I'm saying that somehow I think there needs to be more thought to questioning, should we move away from the current bias policing framework to something else, and what is that? And on the stops policy, is that effective in really bringing down some of the concerns in the community? Is it affecting public safety? Is it not? So those are things that at one level are informed by data. I just don't want them to be overtaken by data all together. So
great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. I really don't know who this question is for, Commander Lori. I'm going to toss it your way since you started off with all of this.
Yes, sir.
And it's picking up on the thread of Commissioner Bonner. Since my time on the commission, I've seen a lot of these reports, particularly around the notion of bias policing, but none of the complaints have ever been sustained for whatever reason, the department provides. So my pointed question is, what standard of proof does the department use to evaluate whether or not bias policing occurred? Is it a preponderance of evidence? Is it that an officer must admit that he engaged in bias policing? Or is it some other standard, such as clear and convincing? Because I think we need transparency around this issue, because as Commissioner Bonner pointed out, all the data that we're collecting now, it may be meaningless if the results are the same. For example, I think the pretextual stop policy that we just adopted requires officers, before making the stop, to turn on their body-worn video and articulate the reason for the stop. Presumptively, that is going to be one of the data that's going to be evaluated when we do our next audit.
Yes. Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the short answer is we use a preponderance of the evidence standard for evaluating all misconduct. And we teach our evaluators and our captains, who are usually the first line of evaluation for a complaint, that means 50% plus like an iota, right? As we all learned in the first year of law school. And it is very difficult across the country. This isn't a Los Angeles based problem, to get into the mind of an officer, right, and determine why they did what they did, especially with things like reasonable suspicion being such low legal bars to meet, right? The challenge in bias policing is discovering among all stops that were otherwise lawful, did my implicit or explicit bias lead me to choose this stop versus that stop? And yes, that is very challenging for all organizations. So that standard of proof remains as it is for all of our misconduct, and would have to be, I guess, revisited by policy. But yes, the data we're gathering here, as the chief said in a much more articulate way than I can, will be part of that picture. It can help develop patterns of behavior, perhaps. It can show us what a conversation was in a police vehicle before a stop was made. So yes, as we continue to gather all this, under the careful watch of Commissioner Bonner's caution, there are many data points that can help us try and determine why someone made a stop, not just whether that stop was lawful. And that nuance is very difficult for all police professional standards organizations to try and suss out.
Thank you, Commander Laurie. I appreciate that. Are there any further questions from any other commissioners? If not, at this time, I move that we adopt or approve 4D and 4C. Sorry, I'm looking at this screen here. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will resume at 12:36 or 12. Let's make it 12:40. Thank you very much.
Everybody get a breather?
A necessary breather. So it looks like we have a quorum. We're waiting on Commissioner Soboroff and Commissioner Kalanche. I see Commissioner Kalanche signing on right now. We have the executive director. We're now going to item 4E on the regular agenda, which is the department's presentation and recommendations in the UCLA Luskin evaluation of the LAPD Community Safety Partnership Study. And we have with us Deputy Chief Meta Tangrides. And who's that with you?
Good morning, Commissioners. My civilian assistant commanding officer, Police Administrator 2, Mr. Joel Lopez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chief.
Welcome, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Commissioners, for having us come back and discuss where CSPB is at as it relates to implementing the recommendations from the UCLA study. And I also understand there is a request to learn about if our efforts are having an impact in increasing trust and reducing crime in our CSP sites. So today you're going to hear from us on two different realms. We're going to talk a little bit about our risk management, our uses of force, our complaints, our crime reduction strategies, and then we will also pivot into where we are at with implementing the recommendations from the UCLA assessment. With that, I'm going to share my screen for a PowerPoint presentation, if I may. And good afternoon, Inspector General and Chief Moore and Commissioners. Can you all see my screen? Yes, okay,
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. I'm going to provide a little bit of background, Commissioners. As you know, the Community Safety Partnership Policing philosophy began in 2011 under the leadership of Chief Charlie Beck at the time and Connie Rice. And the premise of creating this policing philosophy is because the traditional methods were not effectively addressing some of the violence in our CSP sites, specifically the public housing developments in Watts and East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights. 11 years later, CSP remains a collective, collaborative, and endeavor with the primary mission of building relationships and trust and focusing on enhancing the capacity of our community members. Some of our notable partners are the Housing Authority, City of Los Angeles. We work very closely with the Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development. Connie Rice and our internal action team is still engaged and involved, especially as we implement these recommendations. We also partner with community leaders, community stakeholders, our nonprofit organizations, the residents, our clergy, our schools, and our rec and parks facilities. So, one second here, sorry. So CSP was implemented under the direction of Chief Moore after a 2019 study conducted by UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs. They conducted a 1-year-long independent research study, and they conducted this research in 2 of our original CSP sites, Nickerson Gardens and Ramona Gardens. As a result of that year-long study and their outreach efforts, they focused in on 209 residents from Ramona Gardens and 544 residents from Nickerson Gardens to complete this survey. The survey revealed that 73% of Ramona Gardens respondents and 70% of Nickerson Gardens respondents reported being aware of CSP. And generally, it appeared that respondents from both housing developments reported overall positive attitudes about and experiences with CSP. 3 main findings from that year-long study were: 1, that the CSP model bolstered community trust; 2, it improved community members' sense of safety; And 3, it helped to reduce the dangerous conditions in and around our CSP sites. I'm going to pivot and go back to the recommendations, but I want to talk a little bit about the result of implementing these recommendations in our CSP sites as it relates to our public safety, building capacity, and some of our risk management concerns within our Bureau. So I would like to note that our violent crime across all 10 CSP sites as of October 22nd was down 9.5%. I'm happy to say as of this Sunday, we're actually down now 10.9% in our violent crime. We also, year to date, are down 2.2% in our robberies. We did see an increase in our reported rapes. We had 9 incidents this year compared to 6 last year. 8 of those reported incidents of rape were family or dating related. And we have 1 incident where the person reporting may have been having a mental breakdown. Any questions about the crime before I go on?
I would recommend, Chief Pingarides, that you go ahead and complete the entire report, and then we'll ask questions. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Also, just to note, our 5 core components have remained as we've built out the Bureau, and the officers are still engaged and involved with safe passages, building community capacity, addressing public safety, utilizing the community to help identify the vectors in their CSP sites, and a huge focus on wraparound programming, which you'll hear from Mr. Lopez later on in the presentation. As it relates to some of our risk management assessments for the Bureau, we are 53% down. We've had a 53% reduction in complaints at our Bureau. And I attribute that to the officers having positive relationships with the community, knowing the community, and having less conflict in the community. So we are at 15 complaints today compared to 32 last year. Our use of force incidents. We've had a reduction in uses of force at the Bureau of 9.5%. The majority of our use of force application was low-level uses of force, wrist locks, twist locks, no impact devices. We had 1 categorical use of force last year involving a CSP officer. They responded to a radio call in Southeast Division to assist. An officer-involved shooting occurred, and that incident has already been adjudicated as in policy. As it relates to our arrest, we've had an increase in our arrests year to date in our CSP sites. Our increase of arrests have been for violent crimes, gun arrest, felony warrants, and felony domestic violence arrest. I attribute the increase in our arrests to the relationships that have been built, our ability to wrap around services to our victims and follow through so that there isn't repeat incidents, and our ability to communicate with the community to understand and be strategic and specific about the enforcement and arrest that we are having in our CSP sites. Now I'm going to pivot back to the UCLA recommendations. There is a lot to cover when you're talking about 45 recommendations. So myself and Mr. Lopez will go through them. I will be brief and identify the significant points, and there's more details provided to you all in this PowerPoint. In addition to some of the findings from the UCLA study, there were also areas that were identified that we could improve on and where there were challenges with the CSP program prior to the implementation of the Bureau. 3 significant challenges identified was us needing to improve the operations of our CSP teams, to identify and manage opportunities for expansion of this policing philosophy, and integrating this relationship building model into the DNA of the LAPD. The recommendations were broken up into 7 categories. They're here on the screen for you to read. I will not go over all of them. It is important to note that we are working very hard to ensure we implement all 45 recommendations. Year to date, we have implemented 37, representing an 82% completion rate on implementing these recommendations from the UCLA study. Some of the recommendations that were implemented under section 1 as it relates to model, documentation, mission, and core values. As you can see on the screen, we have implemented just about all of them, but I want to focus in on 3 critical implementations. The first was a chief of police notice dated November 24th, 2020, which was published to all department personnel. And that chief of police notice provided our core components and how officers working in operations could implement some of the key attributes of this policing philosophy. We also formed the Community Safety Advisory Councils, in which you'll hear from Mr. Lopez further on in our presentation. And another significant implementation was the creation of our CSPB website with Spanish language translation to help improve our transparency and provide information internally and externally out into the community. Some of the recommendations still in progress for our model documentation, mission, and core values. We are looking at implementing a daily trust assessment pilot program in 2 of our CSP sites, where we will have a QR code embedded on the back of the business cards to solicit community feedback. And that is currently being developed, and we're working with the league as well as employee relations group to implement this pilot program. We're also in the process of right sizing our CSP teams. One of the recommendations, Nickerson Gardens is 1,057 units, yet we have the same number of officers at each CSP site. We were approved in the fiscal year for 2022-2023 to create a community engagement response team, and we were approved 5 police officer 2 authorities. Coming up for the 2023-2024 year, we will be requesting an additional 5 officers and a supervisor to complete 1 supervisor and 10 officers for our community engagement response team. Under section 2 for selection and training, what we have implemented that's truly important is our 3-day CSP school, which is now post-certified, working with Dr. Pinnell, the Urban Peace Institute, and Training Division. And this training is now post-certified, available to law enforcement agencies across the state. And we implemented our first 3-day school in September of this year. Something of note that is extremely important as we look at training and embedding and teaching this philosophy is CSP now instructs at command development, watch commander school, the gang reduction and youth development school, police science and leadership, as well as the LAPD leadership course. What we have remaining for our training is a 2-month loan program that we would like to implement with patrol, but due to the staffing levels, that is currently on hold, and also developing a 1-day CSP school course for patrol officers. Section 3, creating oversight and ensuring accountability. The 2 implemented points that I want to talk about is launching the community-based evaluation process. We worked with CompStat to create a profile page with a focus on engagement and relationship building and looking at root causes of some of the issues in our CSP sites. We launched our first community-based evaluation this year and looking to do our second one the first quarter of next year. Also, the Chief of Police Town Hall meetings. This year, Chief Moore We're almost done with all 10 sites. We have 3 more sites remaining, but the chief himself has gone out to every CSP site and hosted a town hall meeting to hear from the community as it relates to their concerns on public safety and how the relationships are going with CSP officers in the community. I would like to note all the recommendations in this category have been completed. Category 4, monitoring and determining the impact of CSP.
So some of the key actions taken in regards to this category are our biannual UPI sentiment surveys to inform decision-making. We did the first set of surveys in 2021, 1,000 surveys across 10 sites. The next ones are scheduled for the summer of 23, and then again in 2025. The surveys results will inform CSPB in the ongoing development of effective strategies that address public concerns and to increase safety and improve trust. We're also continuing to work with Fiscal Group and the Los Angeles Police Foundation as it relates to making sure that we track our overtime, our programming costs, to increase transparency with the community and stakeholders, and also the CSACs. Some of the recommendations that are still in progress is finalizing the site safety plans that UPI is overseeing, working with residents and community stakeholders. We expect 6 SSPs to be completed by the end of the year. We're also working towards creating an evaluation and assessment unit consisting of university partners, the Urban Peace Institute, and national experts. To that end, we recently convened a think tank opportunity, which included leadership from CSPB to meet with the Department of Defense, to meet with FEMA, to brainstorm the development of a regional local problem-solving team, or a think tank, a CSP think tank. In regards to programming and community collaboration, which is category 5, we've done quite a bit of work here, so I'll go over a few of the key highlights of this section. We formed the CSACs, 10 CSACs across all our CSPB sites. We established a community-based evaluation process, which is CSPB's community CompStat process. The leadership of CSPB met with the CPABs at the Citywide Community CPAB Summit to share ideas, best practices. CSPB leaders participated in daily OSB, OCB, and OBB public safety calls, the continued collaboration across all the LAPD bureaus and divisions. We've strengthened our local partnerships with schools through our safe passages. We facilitated the establishment of the Los Angeles Community Resource Coalition, or what we call LACRC, to reach hard-to-reach youth and to provide targeted services. We partnered with the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, who's recently created an equity response unit, again, for more targeted direct services for CSP sites. Some of the ongoing recommendations in regards to programming and community collaboration. We're going to continue our monthly town hall meetings for 2023. Again, we expect the aforementioned SSPs completed, 6 of them by the end of the year. We're also going to begin taking the lead on planning program meetings at each one of the developments to convene service providers, stakeholders, residents for purposeful programming and event planning at each one of the sites. Our aforementioned LACRC, again, is reaching the hard-to-reach population to provide services to victims, targeted services, emergency services, and we are also trying to provide mental wellness, education, and vocational pathways through our CRC.
One of the things I want to add as it relates to the LACRC, what we're doing with our CSP officers is teaching them not to just respond to the radio call and take an incident report and walk away. We're asking them to do a whole assessment of the family. If it's domestic violence related, did we ensure we linked the parent to Laura Drino? We're working with the County Department of Mental Health, Tessie Cleveland. They have additional therapists that walk with CSP officers to ensure that the mental health stigma is eradicated in some of our CSP sites. We're teaching the officers, if they're at the house and there is no food in the refrigerator, what type of resource can we get to make that family whole and ensure that they're fed? So we're moving away from just taking that crime report, but we're now doing whole household assessments and plugging these families into resources. And it's not just an immediate resource, it's an ongoing resource. And we're doing that through the creation of the LACRC. I'm going to move into how are we embedding CSP within the LAPD and the LAPD culture. I had already mentioned the Chief of Police notice. Just recently, Chief Moore signed off on our first CSP manual. It was approved on October 5th. It has been published and is now available internally within the LAPD. We've had a lot of questions and asks from different law enforcement agencies across the country that have been waiting for our manual and would like us to share it as they glean best practices. Fort Worth, Texas has implemented a CSP program, and we have other law enforcement agencies that are implementing certain portions of our CSP program. So not only are we embedding it within the LAPD, but we're sharing it across the country as well. Something also that has helped to embed this philosophy and how our leadership team looks at this public health approach to policing is creating and implementing our monthly qualitative comprehensive public safety strategy report, as well as a daily log that indicates definitions of trust building, how to engage, and taking the responses from that daily log and that monthly qualitative comprehensive log to help frame our community-based evaluation in which we sit with the community and our city partners to assess our public safety efforts and how we're doing with building relationships. Most of the recommendations in this category have been completed except for the CSP loan program, which has been postponed. Recommendations implemented as it relates to making CSP permanent. South Park and Harvard Park has now been absorbed and integrated into the city budget. And currently, CSPB Bureau, working with the Office of Operations and Commissioner Calanche, are working on our Community Engagement Best Practices Committee to come up with a definition and training on what community engagement is and means, and implementing that throughout our department as well. Recommendations in progress. Mr. Lopez mentioned the establishment of the CSP Center for Strategies and Innovation. We're really relying on our internal action team and institutional partners to help us get this think tank up and going. The trip to Washington, D.C. was very helpful in gleaning information and getting some best practices. And we're hoping by the second quarter of next year, we could at least get the base of that think tank started. That concludes our presentation, and we are now available for questions.
Thank you, Chief. I read the report with interest. There were some surprises present, but overall, it was a good report, and it supported the notions that I've had about CSP all along, which is that where you have CSP sites, it helps to drive down crime in those areas, and it helps to drive up the trust among community members. There are some outliers, of course, but that's my overall impression from the report. So I have one big question for you. What can the Board of Police Commissioners do to help you implement some of the recommendations that we find here in this report?
That's a great question, Commissioner. I think of utmost importance, one of the most challenging recommendations to meet is adding additional officers to right size the CSP sites. Like I mentioned earlier, Nickerson Gardens is the largest public housing development west of the Mississippi, and we still have one supervisor and 10 officers with approximately 4,500 residents that live there, very densely populated. So the biggest support would be ensuring the additional officers and supervisor are added to that community engagement response team to make that whole. And we can utilize those additional officers, not only for community engagement, but when we have identified gang neighborhood days and we need an influx in officers and we're not pulling from the Office of Operations, as well as ensuring that our community engagement and programming is solidified throughout all of our sites.
Do you have in mind a proposed budgetary amount for that?
I'll let Joel.
So yes, we did add that to our 23-24 budget request.
And what's that amount?
Oh, the amount?
I believe it was $1,070,070 approximately for a supervisor and 5 officers.
And that's inclusive of 3 vehicles also to support the team.
Okay, and that's just for the one site, Nickerson Garden?
No, that would be for the Bureau, and we would have 1 supervisor and 10 officers to utilize throughout the Bureau. For instance, when officers take family leave or are out injured, oftentimes a team may only be left with 6 officers. We would have that community engagement response team to help backfill those officers. Also, when we have community events across the city, we would utilize that response team to assist the officers in doing that engagement or that event. Right now, we're looking at utilizing those officers, at least 2 out of the 10, to put into Nickerson Gardens to bolster their numbers to 12. And we're going to look at our public safety numbers to see best fit where these officers could be utilized if we have an increase in crime or an increase in community engagement or an event that's larger than what one site could handle.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to go to Commissioner Bonner and ask him if he has any questions.
Thank you very much. Sure, a couple questions. You answered, I think, most or the few questions I had about the recommendations, except going back to the town halls. What if anything is being done in terms of capturing and making use of any of the information that is captured in those conversations with the chief?
We take copious notes at the town hall meetings, and out of all of the town hall meetings thus far, the biggest concern from the community has been quality of life issues, not necessarily crime. Concerns have been parking, lighting, having access to the camera system, to paving, speed bumps in the housing developments. They have all been quality of life issues and concerns. So what we have done, is have our officers start SARA projects. Year to date, we've closed 7 SARA projects. We currently have 5 open across all of our CSP sites. And then working with our Community Safety Advisory Council, our council districts, the Department of Transportation, all of our city partners to help assess and work on fixing those issues and concerns that the community members are expressing at our town hall meetings.
And Commission, I will also add that our town hall meetings, we're doing them in the evenings. So they've been at 5 o'clock or so. So as much as our CSACs, our resident advisory councils, and all the different vehicles we have to garner community input, we still have some residents that may not be able to attend during the day. And so that really allows other residents to come in the evening and bring in input and provide their input to CSP and to listen to the chief on the town hall meeting that the chief's been to.
Got it. Okay, appreciate that. And one suggestion or a comment even for the chief, I think, I recall you mentioning in your report, your weekly report, the fact that you've been at some of the town hall meetings and I think a couple of times there's comments on how well they're attended or something along those lines, but you may consider also including, and maybe you have already, I haven't focused on it, but either way you might include a couple of highlights on what, the feedback has been or what the top concerns have been, along the lines of what we just heard, that many of them have focused more on quality of life versus crime or something along those lines. So just consider a couple of bullet points in the future reports on those town halls, if you would. The other question I had, this is going back now into the crime parts of it. One broad question is when we're referring to whether it's CSP or CSPD, those are geographically, identifiable locations or sites. And so when you're reporting on the crime experience, are they capturing things really that are just going on within those sites or in the surrounding area? I'm thinking of two examples. One would be, I mentioned some time ago, having been in South Park on a weekend and a woman approached the officer. She was not, it wasn't clear that she lived, even in that area, but she was concerned about being harassed by the father of her child who was following her around and so on. But again, not clear whether either or both of them, lived in a CSP site, but they were engaging with a CSP officer. So how is that kind of thing treated and reported? And the other example would be the stops, for example, where I don't know how the data and the information on stops is captured around the CSP sites as opposed to what's going on within the sites.
So each neighborhood engagement area was selected and has boundaries. So it's not just Nickerson Gardens, but the boundaries around Nickerson Gardens. And usually each boundary consists of a school. And if there is a park and a school. And so our boundaries are captured through our neighborhood engagement areas, and our crime analysis team takes that neighborhood engagement area and computes our crime and our activity in that NEA. However, our arrest numbers are included in the divisional arrests because we do not have an arresting division number for CSP. So when we talk about the crime, we're talking about our specific neighborhood engagement area or CSP zone, if you will, which is then layered by the division. If that makes sense.
It does. A couple of questions. One is, are these the neighbor engagement areas? Are they identified on the website that you mentioned?
Yes, they are.
Okay, great. And then relative to the crime reporting in these areas, are these themselves subject to some ComStat review, or are they discussed within the divisional ComStats?
Both. We've created our own ComStat process. We're calling it community-based evaluation, in which we do look at our crime, but we do it with our partners. And we also focus on the city resources. So they're at the table with us in discussions as it relates to the crime in our NEAs. One of the things that we did is each CSP site conducted crime prevention through environmental design community walks, where the officers, along with the HACLA managers, city council, walked each site during the day and at night to address some of the quality of life issues and concerns. And we created SEPTID reports. Each of those SEPTID reports will help create our site safety plans, and those will be assessed on an annual basis. Within those SEPTIDs, we found out that the crime was occurring, the very little crime that we have was occurring in some of the areas where it was dark or trees were covering cameras. And we found once the housing authority and maintenance began to address some of those issues and concerns, our violent crime continued to decrease in those areas. So our captains attend the daily community safety operation calls, the CSOC calls with the divisions. They coordinate with the divisions on a regular basis. We talk about crime, we assess Southeast crime, we share our efforts, and there's a real committed engagement between the CSP captains and the divisional captains to address the crime in those divisions, in those NEAs.
Got it. I appreciate that. One last question, one request is send me that link to the website you mentioned. So if you would send that later. You mentioned also that you've got right now, there's 2 sites that are included in the city budget, the annual budget, and the others are not. Any risk, any real-time experience or risk of a situation where there's a different level of resources available to, I know that the needs resource needs is going to be different each of the sites. But in terms of just having some that are on book and some off book, just to use that phrase, is there any risk that we'll find different levels of treatment based on whether or not you're captured in the city budget? It could be those that are not, or get some greater resources or less resources, who knows? But what is that risk?
I think that some of the level of service and the resource allocation, each CSP site is very, very different, right? We have two that are based out of rec and park facilities. And so the partnerships that are a part of that, rec and park there, plus, what we brought in through the LEC CRC to bear on that development. I think what we're trying to establish is some equality across all CSP sites through our partnerships that we have that we're bringing in. As far as there's an existing MOU with the Housing Authority right now for the non-park sites that runs through 2025. So we are in our second year of that 5-year commitment from the Housing Authority that provides money for programming, that provides the overtime budget, and also provides a salary upgrade for our officers at those what we call the HACLA CSP sites.
And I think that's an important thing to mention. Every single officer that interviews to work CSP receives a promotion. The funding for that promotion is provided for by the Housing Authority. The LAPD still is responsible for the base salary of that officer. The overtime and the community programming funds is provided by the Housing Authority at the HACLA sites.
So that's a good example of of kind of what I'm also just wondering, is that same result are available regardless of what CSP site you're assigned to? So if I'm an officer, I get into the CSP program, do I only get that if I'm at the HACLA funded site?
Yes.
Yes. And when the two non-HACLA sites were initially started, we budgeted them at the same rate as the HACLA sites, with the same amount of programming money, same amount of promotion and OT money. And even now that they've been absorbed by the city, the budget continues to be reflective of what the original CSP sites were.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and appreciate the presentation and the update. I think it's information that we need to continue to evaluate and discuss going forward to see not only what we're learning, but also how we can help, as Commissioner Briggs was asking before. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Soberoff.
Hi, I think it's important at this time with the success of community safety partnerships to give a big time shout out to Connie Rice. This is something that she created. She pulled people together, and she brought mayors into it. Both Mayor Villaraigosa at the time, Mayor Garcetti's been involved. She brought Rec and Parks in. John Muckery was there. Mike Shore was there. Certainly the chiefs, Beck and Moore, Deputy Chief Tingarides. But that wasn't enough for Connie. After this has been going on for years, and it had basically proven itself with remarkable, but limited results because of funds. She wanted to have a study done to make it better. And she knew that there would not be, she wanted a real study done. And she knew that there would not be public funds available to do an arm's length study. So she went out and went to some nonprofit organizations, some foundations. I was on one of them, the Weingart Foundation, and let me say this word in a complimentary way, ruthlessly talked about to these funders how important it was to have the money to do this study. So she got the money. And at the same time, and I think it's very important, not just from my personal perspective, because when it came up in front of the Weingart Foundation, I didn't know it was part of it. It was done by the executive director, and I didn't vote on it, just like Eileen didn't vote on the one thing that she didn't vote on. But the most important thing was that the funders had no say in the study. The funders had no advanced draft of the results of the study, and were asked for their input into the study or any changes that they thought that the study should show. This was done at arm's length with the highest degrees of professional standards with UCLA. And I think that the fact that the results, I don't know, I haven't talked to Connie in a little bit, but I don't know what she thinks about the results. I do know that the department took them seriously and is implementing them one by one. So I just, again, it's unusual what's happened here. Most people that get something done don't 10 years later say, hey, I want to raise some money to have a critical look at what I've done. And I compliment everybody involved. The grid programs of both mayors and some of these other departments, but to not to rest on your laurels, but to take a serious look at how you can make it better so it can impact more and more people is really something that they should be proud of and set an example. And I think the way UCLA handled it, by saying to the funders, look, you can put your money in there and you can even have your logo in the front, but that doesn't mean you're going to have that you're going to be able to impact the results of the study or be able to critique the study for your own purposes. So I think this is really a great way to go on a lot of things, but I just want to give a shout out to where it all started, and that was with Connie.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Kalanche, any questions or comments?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. As you know, CSP is really important to me. I believe it's a model that can really make a difference in impacting the quality of life issues that sometimes or many times lead to crime and other public safety issues. So I guess philosophically, I wanted to ask if the ultimate goal is for a community to be able to address those quality of life issues, and therefore our officers are also helping to build, capacity of the community to address those issues, right? So if then the goal would be that maybe a site would, have the capacity to address these issues because you're bringing all the partners in, all the wraparound services that potentially you could move to a different site. Is that what you're thinking? And the underlying kind of vision for these sites. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner. Eventually, CSP should be put out of business. And we should be able to hand these communities and neighborhoods back to the community. And one of our core components of CSP is enhancing and building community capacity.
Got it.
As you know, each community is different, and there's different levels, and it's a lot of listening and a lot of patience, but the ultimate goal is to hold all city partners accountable and for not all of it to fall on law enforcement, and to have this space where we can have that accountability and communication, and the community can access these resources and empower themselves to make it happen and get it done.
Got it. That's great. So therefore, I guess some of my questions are more focused on the capacity building work, right? So I know that a couple of years ago, the CSACs were created, right? So I would love to see measures, what measures are we using to evaluate the success of the CSACs? What engagement tools are we using to engage the CSACs? those are really critical to the success of building the community's capacity, right? So I would love to see something around conversations around the evaluation of the CSACs, and then what are the steps, like when do you know that a community is ready to kind of deal with its own, quality of life issues, or is really well connected to being able to reach out to public safety to address issues, right? I feel that we're doing a really good job of having officers there and engaging them in the activities in the community, but we're not thinking as much about like building, for the future for these sites. Because I know, for instance, I was there in Ramona Gardens even before, at the beginning, the planting of the seed for CSP, but it's been over 10 years. And at what point do we say like this community has kind of the infrastructure to start, kind of dealing with its own, quality of life issues, and when do we, hand things back over to HACLA to do its job, right? I would love to see that somewhere in the kind of evaluation story of CSP, something to think about. And then also, this might be for Joel more, because I think you're doing more of the capacity and partnerships. Knowing, I think something, for our end of year report, like what are the partnerships that we have in each of the sites? Where are we struggling to build partners? Because I think that if we know, it doesn't have to be all like, yes, we're doing like, 150%, great job in each site. We could say we're struggling in some of the sites to build partnerships, because I know this, because I talked to you all. Because I think that we can leverage even like our positions to be able to say like, okay, call this organization or that organization, or let's have a meeting to identify potential partnerships that are needed at the different sites. So I think just some way of I know you're documenting encounters or contacts, but how are we documenting like true partnerships, projects that we're working on, how we build capacity? So those are the things that I'm interested in as a commissioner, that we're truly building the capacity of the community so that we don't have to be at a CSP site for 50 years, right? But that at some point we're moving to the next area that really needs the officers there to help them kind of bring these things to fruition. So that's kind of my philosophical kind of understanding of CSP, and how I would love to see it roll out, and how I would love to see like some of the information presented back to us in respect to like how we're building that capacity to be able to make sure that it's safe forever and ever in those communities, by building, kind of a stronger infrastructure. I hope that makes sense.
Commissioner, I agree with you. We did UPI did 1,000 surveys 6 months ago, and they surveyed all 10 sites. And I just want to talk about these 5 categories as it relates to handing it back over to the community. So 71% of the community said there was a lack of police presence. And a San Fernando Gardens resident said we need more police presence at night than during the day. 65% said speeding and traffic. A South Park resident said, I'm worried about cars speeding down my street, burning rubber, especially near McKinley Avenue and 49th Street, where there's an elementary school. 63% of the residents said gun violence is still a huge concern for them in their community. 60% of the community said gang activity. A resident from Nickerson Gardens said gang violence and shootings daily, so many deaths and no protection. 59% of the community just said general disorder. Please help keep community safe and clean. And that was a Harvard Park residence. So we are going to be doing community, this survey was based just around safety, not sentiment for police, but safety in the community. And we will begin to do these, are we doing them every 2 years now? Every 2 years. And when we see these numbers begin to change, I think we can safely begin to hand over these sites back to the community. We're really trying to utilize the surveys, the community sentiment surveys, and the CSACs to frame the readiness of the community.
And I would add, Commissioner, that, my answer to everything you said is yes. And I think the capacity is really there. If you look at what the CSACs have been able to accomplish, I think one of the success of the CSACs is they were able to bring partnerships together. And some of these developments, you have grid partners, you have HACTA contracted partners, you have nonprofits, you have Youth and Family Source Center partners. And so we've been able to bring them together through our CSAC process to get them to work together, to get them to meet regularly together, to plan events together. And that's really going to be the culmination of the site safety plan, which is developed by the community stakeholders, not by LAPD, but by the group itself with the guidance of UPI, who's really measuring their effectiveness, who's really guiding them in this process to build that capacity.
But it can't be just events, because I know there's a lot of like collaboration around events. It just can't be events. It has to be like real substantive activities that really build leadership in the community. So that's my concern. And only because I've been around them, I think that the vision, the idea, the work, the day-to-day work of CSP is great. I just think that we need to have this like broader vision about what safety means and who's responsible for safety, and how everyone in the community, including partners, are responsible for safety, and how we need to invest in these communities, not just policing, but investing in other services and to address needs. And I think that should be the energy that we put out there, is like, how do we bring these? And I know that you're doing it, but how do we have this plan, like a step-by-step plan, to ensure that we're really going there?
And I think, Commissioner, that's where we need people like you to help us with that. The think tank, Connie Rice's vision was having that think tank of partners to help move that to its next phase. Mm-hmm. And it's really a focus that we are asking for others to help guide and shape. The community will tell us when they don't need us anymore. Mm-hmm. And CSP was built based off the community voice, and it should be that way.
Right. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And I would love to help. And I've told you many, many times I would love to help. The other thing that I think you're right on is the right sizing. As I look at, because I have more time with an experience in Ramona Gardens, I think about Ramona Gardens has the same amount of officers that Nickerson does. And crime is like really dropped a lot in the last 10 years, and there's a lot more providers. So how do you right size? And then the other thing that I agree with you on is the timing. I think the community has asked for CSP officers to be there at different times of the day. So to really address the concerns that are happening at the times that it happens. But with all that said, I could talk about this for a really long time, but with all that said, I just appreciate everything that you're doing and how you're really trying to operationalize the program so that it could be modeled in other cities, but also modeled in other communities that may not be CSP sites within the department. So I just appreciate that. And we're here to support as much as we can.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Calanche. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. First, thank you very much for your presentation and all the answers to questions. I've been writing down all your information and stats curiously. I do want to ask you to send that PowerPoint over because I'd like to look at it in more detail. If you could get it to Mr. Defang, that'd be helpful. And I appreciated all the questions of my fellow commissioners, all helpful comments, I think. But what I'd like to hear, and just to kind of hopefully wrap up this segment, is if you can tell me what are your fundamental goals for the next year? Next year around this time, when you come back to the commission, where do you anticipate us being? What major achievements do you want to achieve? You had a lot on your PowerPoint. Your answers to the questions were very significant. That's a lot, but fundamentally, what are your goals moving forward the next 12 months, assuming we get you that funding in the budget?
Fundamentally, the major goal is embedding this philosophy throughout the LAPD. As it relates to CSP in its 11th year, and then the creation of the Bureau in its second year, operationally, we've accomplished that and then some. Getting the training post-certified, officers, hundreds of officers went through CSP and never obtained post-credit for it. That was a huge feat to get that training post-certified. The standing up of the Bureau, solidifying our community engagement, bringing city partners, Rec and Park, Council District Office, everybody under one roof on a Community Safety Advisory Council, sitting during a community-based assessment and being held accountable. I think this past year and what we've been able to accomplish has created a secure foundation for where CSP needs to be moving forward. Next year, and looking at the end of, coming close to the end of the MOU, is looking at what Commissioner Kalanche just talked about. Do we need 10 officers in Ramona Gardens? We've had back-to-back years of successful decreases in crime in Ramona Gardens. We had a shooting with hits just a couple of days ago in Ramona Gardens where an individual was shot. So we still have those incidences, but now how do we right size and focus on other parts of the city whose capacity isn't built up as some others? So over the next year, continuing that community-based evaluation process, keeping our city leaders and partners engaged and involved with this shared responsibility and accountability, keeping HACLA side by side with us as it relates to their responsibility in ensuring these public housing developments are safe. Chief Moore had me reach out to the general manager of DWP. There's complaints that people are hot and there's no air conditioning in the summer. So being able to work with our city leaders to address some of these quality of life issues that aren't necessarily police issues, and taking that think tank to move the needle on building capacity and creating systemic change in some of these long underserved communities that have had so little for so long.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Chief. That's a great overview. Much appreciated for your presentation today. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, and thank you, Chief. This was a timely presentation. As Commissioner Decker foreshadowed, we want to see you again next year, and we want to have a report on you actually accomplishing the goals that you set out. And we'll do our best with respect to that budgetary issue, should it come to that. So thank you again. At this time, I'd like to move to item 5F on the agenda, the department's report with respect to sworn personnel performing civilian functions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief, Inspector General, and Executive Commissioner. I'm here to present, my name is Brian Taft. I'm the Commanding Officer of Personnel Division, and I'm here to present on the sworn personnel performing civilian functions. On May the 6th of 2022, the Public Safety Committee for the City Council had asked us to provide some details and information based on sworn officers that were performing normally civilian functions. And so the department sent out a survey surveying our divisions to find out who within our divisions is performing sworn officers that are performing these civilian functions. The survey came back and we had 142 sworn officers that are currently doing the work that civilians typically do. Of those, 70 of the 140, or approximately 50%, are doing typical clerical work. Those would be our administrative clerks and senior administrative clerks. And 122 of the sworn officers are listed as police officers, either police officers 2 or police officer 3s. The distribution of these individuals throughout the department is really scattered throughout. The only areas of significant, the areas that have the most number of people in them typically tend to be our Security Services Division and Custody Services Division, where we have a shortage in security officers and detention officers. So those numbers are a little bit higher compared to the rest of the department. The types of work that these individuals are doing is typically generally administrative duties. About 89 of the 142 are doing admin or admin support type positions. And 77 or 142 of them are doing your subpoena control, timekeeping, criminal analysis detail type of work. Quite a bit of regular admin work our officers are doing. The department is trying to hire, but we currently are outpaced by attrition significantly. Hiring has been a challenge for us, and we're just having a challenge trying to get qualified candidates to respond, interview, and accept our jobs. But unfortunately, this is not just an LAPD problem. This is a problem that the entire city is facing right now. There's been a significant paradigm shift within the civilian population of the city, trying to recruit and retain individuals in civilian positions to come and work for not only LAPD, but the personnel department, the zoo, building safety, all of the departments within the city. So some of the things that we have been doing is we've been trying to focus more on the things that have been working for us. We've had a lot of success with our target local hire program, which we hired 42 individuals in the last year, which was almost twice as much as we've hired in previous years. We're trying to shift focusing on our target audience to more of the people that live in our local communities that want to get their foot in the door and come here and work for the LAPD or the city as a whole. And we're also trying to start looking at ways to retain or promote retention within our department to keep our civilians here. We lose quite a few of our employees to various departments for a number of different reasons, and we're trying to shore up that loss and keep them here within our department more than we have in the past. So like I said, just in conclusion, it does not, I wish I could say that this is a LAPD problem or just we're the only ones experiencing it, but it's not. It really is a citywide issue and a citywide problem that we're trying to work with personnel department to address because we are finding that it is affecting not just us, but other departments throughout the entire city. So I'm available for any questions if you have any questions regarding our report.
Thank you for the report. I just want clarification. Is the total number of sworn personnel performing civilian functions 142?
Yes, sir.
That was my question. Commissioner Zobaroff, any questions? Commissioner Clancy, any questions?
Quick question. Are the positions that the sworn personnel are doing for the civilian personnel, could anybody from a different city department do those in theory? Or does it have to be like a sworn personnel because of the information that's being handled? Or
so employees that work for our department have to go through our background check and have to go through our background process. So unfortunately, it's not something we can, contract out or have another department do for us. They do have to go through because of that specific reason, because of the privacy and security issue, we do have to have them go through our background check.
And do we have any positions that are, I would say, like maybe just clerical that don't handle any type of sensitive information?
We don't really have too many. A lot of everything we do, because of the nature of our business, a lot of it is sensitive information. So we really don't have that opportunity, unfortunately, to be able to do something like that.
Okay, just trying to get a sense of like where we could be strategic in hiring, but okay, thank you.
Commissioner Decker, any questions? Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, a couple. First, just a comment. I know there's a lot about this that I'm sure I don't understand, but the one that seems to be somewhat appalling, at least to me, is the idea of having 3 P2s doing maintenance labor type work. I mean, there's clearly nothing wrong with labor, but I'm to point out that when you think about the millions of dollars that taxpayers pay to train, recruit and train officers, and then to find out that that with all that investment, that in some cases that they're being used to perform labor, is just somewhat shocking. But that aside, the questions, one is like, Are these officers also who are otherwise fit for duty, or are they officers whose skills and training become stale at some point and or for other reasons potentially not able to go back on patrol?
So we have a mixture. In the past, it used to be that we would use our light duty employees or our employees on modified duty to be able to do some of these administrative jobs temporarily, so they can heal, get back to full duty status and go back out in the field. Unfortunately, I think recently with our civilian numbers down so low and these vital positions being needed to be used, I think that we had seen some of our commanding officers using the resources available to them to get the job done. And it's something we're trying to obviously correct and fix. But as I said before, unfortunately, our attrition rate just completely outlasts our hiring rate right now.
And do you know, like when officers are in these categories, are there some officers who enjoy this work and are fine, or are these typically situations where officers are doing what they're being asked to do, but are otherwise itching to get back to what they're trained to do?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I would have to say that I would imagine there's probably a little bit of both. There's probably a number of officers that enjoy some of the more admin or the thinking parts of their job. And there's other officers that are probably, itching to get back out there and go back into the field. But we can find out some more for you.
Are you also, is there information on do other departments handle this the same way? In other words, what would we find people from the Department of Finance or say the city attorney's office? Would we find Carlos or one of his colleagues at some point out performing labor or administrative tasks, or do other departments have some other way of handling this?
So a lot of other departments, obviously ours is different because of our size. Our department is significantly larger than almost every other department here. When we look at other departments that are closer to our size, like Public Works, DWP, they do experience the same issues that we have. A little bit different. They would have for example, a refuse operator or something at Public Works that's more physical hands-on. You'd see them come into the office and do more administrative tasks too, similar to our police officers. The smaller departments have a way to be able to work through these issues. They obviously don't have the vacancy rate that some of us larger departments do have, so they're able to kind of stave off that kind of issue right now. But comparatively to other departments our size, they do experience very similar issues.
Okay, and then lastly, I noted that the motion also asked, I think that you work with the CAO's office in this response. Did they feed into this in any way, and or just kind of signing on?
So we've been having some conversations with them. Unfortunately, they're currently in the midst of their budget process and budget cycle. So the current conversations have kind of slowed down a little bit. But prior to this, we were talking about ways and opportunities to retain employees more. So we're looking at ways to increase maybe training, tuition reimbursement, obviously bonuses, things like that to get people to retain that information or those people that we need. But other than that, we haven't really talked much about hiring or increasing our hiring. That's more the personnel department side of things.
Got it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Commissioner Bonner, thank you. At this time, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the Public Safety Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go into closed session, which will begin at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. See you at that time.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss Agenda Item 5A in accordance with Government Code 54957.